Section 21 of The Descent of Man, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. The Descent of Man, Part 2, by Charles Darwin. Chapter 16. Birds Concluded. Part 1. The immature plumage, in relation to the character of the plumage in both sexes when adult, 6 classes of cases, sexual differences between the males of closely allied or representative species, the female assuming the characters of the male, plumage of the young in relation to the summer and winter plumage of the adults, on the increase of beauty in the birds of the world, protective coloring, conspicuously colored birds, novelty appreciated, summary of the 4 chapters on birds. We must now consider the transmission of characters as limited by age, in reference to sexual selection. The truth and importance of the principle of inheritance at corresponding ages need not here be discussed, as enough has already been said on the subject. Before giving the several rather complex rules or classes of cases under which the differences in plumage between the young and the old, as far as known to me, may be included, it will be well to make a few preliminary remarks. With animals of all kinds, when the adults differ in color from the young, and the colors of the latter are not, as far as we can see, of any special service, they may generally be attributed, like various embryological structures, to the retention of a former character. But this view can be maintained with confidence only when the young of several species resemble each other closely, and likewise resemble other adult species belonging to the same group, for the latter are the living proofs that such a state of things was formerly possible. Young lions and pumas are marked with feeble stripes or rows of spots, and as many allied species, both young and old, are similarly marked, no believer in evolution will doubt that the progenitor of the lion and puma was a striped animal, and that the young have retained vestiges of the stripes, like the kittens of black cats, which are not in the least striped when grown up. Many species of deer, which when mature are not spotted, are whilst young covered with white spots, as are likewise some few species in the adult state. So again, the young in the whole family of pigs, Suidae, and in certain rather distantly allied animals, such as the tapir, are marked with dark longitudinal stripes. But here we have a character apparently derived from an extinct progenitor, and now preserved by the young alone. In all such cases, the old have had their colors changed in the course of time, whilst the young have remained but little altered, and this has been effected through the principle of inheritance at corresponding ages. This same principle applies to many birds belonging to various groups, in which the young closely resemble each other and differ much from their respective adult parents. The young of almost all the Gallinaceae, and some distantly allied birds, such as ostriches, are covered with longitudinally striped down, but this character points to a state of things so remote that it hardly concerns us. Young crossbills, Loxia, have at first straight beaks, like those of other finches, and in their immature striated plumage they resemble the mature redpoll and female siskin, as well as the young of the goldfinch, greenfinch, and some other allied species. The young of many kinds of buntings, Embersia, resemble one another, and likewise the adult state of the common bunting, E. miliaria. In almost the whole large group of thrushes, the young have their breasts spotted, a character which is retained throughout life by many species, but is quite lost by others, as by the Turdus migratorius. So again with many thrushes, the feathers on the back are mottled before they are molted for the first time, and this character is retained for life by certain eastern species. The young of many species, of shrikes, Lanius, of some woodpeckers, and of an Indian pigeon, Chalicophus indicus, are transversely striped on the under surface, and certain allied species or whole genera are similarly marked when adult. In some closely allied and resplendent Indian cuckoos, Chrysococcyx, the mature species differs considerably from one another in color, but the young cannot be distinguished. The young of an Indian goose, Sarkidiornis melanonitus, closely resemble in plumage an allied genus, Dendrocygna, when mature. Similar facts will hereafter be given in regard to certain herons. Young black grouse, Tetraotetrix, resemble the young as well as the old of certain other species, for instance, the red grouse or T. scoticus. Finally, as Mr. Blyth, who has attended closely to this subject, has well remarked, the natural affinities of many species are best exhibited in their immature plumage, and as the true affinities of all organic beings depend on their descent from a common progenitor, this remark strongly confirms the belief that the immature plumage approximately shows us the former or ancestral condition of the species. Although many young birds belonging to various families thus give us a glimpse of the plumage of their remote progenitors, yet there are many other birds, both dull-colored and bright-colored, in which the young closely resemble their parents. In such cases, the young of the different species cannot resemble each other more closely than do the parents, nor can they strikingly resemble allied forms when adult. They give us but little insight into the plumage of their progenitors, excepting in so far that, when the young and the old are colored in the same general manner throughout the whole group of species, it is probable that their progenitors were similarly colored. We may now consider the classes of cases under which the differences and resemblances between the plumage of the young and the old in both sexes, or in one sex alone, may be grouped. Rules of this kind were first encountered by Cuvier, but with the progress of knowledge they require some modification and amplification. This I have attempted to do, as far as the extreme complexity of the subject permits, from information derived from various sources, but a full essay on this subject by some competent ornithologist is much needed. In order to ascertain to what extent each rule prevails, I have tabulated the facts given in 4 great works, namely by Macgillivray on the birds of Britain, Audubon on those of North America, Jerdon on those of India, and Gould on those of Australia. I may here premise first that the several cases or rules graduate into each other, and secondly, that when the young are said to resemble their parents, it is not meant that they are identically alike, for their colors are almost always less vivid, and the feathers are softer and often of a different shape. Rules or classes of cases. 1. When the adult male is more beautiful or conspicuous than the adult female, the young of both sexes in their first plumage closely resemble the adult female, as with the common fowl and peacock, or as occasionally occurs, they resemble her much more closely than they do the adult male. 2. When the adult female is more conspicuous than the adult male, as sometimes though rarely occurs, the young of both sexes in their first plumage resemble the adult male. 3. When the adult male resembles the adult female, the young of both sexes have a peculiar first plumage of their own, as with the robin. 4. When the adult male resembles the adult female, the young of both sexes in their first plumage resemble the adults, as with the kingfisher, many parrots, crows, hedge warblers. 5. When the adults of both sexes have a distinct winter and summer plumage, whether or not the male differs from the female, the young resemble the adults of both sexes in their winter dress, or much more rarely in their summer dress, or they resemble the females alone, or the young may have an intermediate character, or again they may differ greatly from the adults in both their seasonal plumages. 6. In some few cases, the young in their first plumage differ from each other according to sex, the young males resembling more or less closely the adult males, and the young females more or less closely the adult females. Class 1. In this class, the young of both sexes more or less closely resemble the adult female, whilst the adult male differs from the adult female, often in the most conspicuous manner. Innumerable instances in all orders could be given. It will suffice to call to mind the common pheasant, duck, and house sparrow. The cases under this class graduate into others. Thus, the two sexes, when adult, may differ so slightly, and the young so slightly from the adults, that it is doubtful whether such cases ought to come under the present, or under the third or fourth classes. So again, the young of the two sexes, instead of being quite alike, may differ in a slight degree from each other, as in our sixth class. These transitional cases, however, are few, or at least are not strongly pronounced, in comparison with those which come strictly under the present class. The force of the present law is well shown in those groups in which, as a general rule, the two sexes and the young are all alike. For when in these groups the male does differ from the female, as with certain parrots, kingfishers, pigeons, etc., the young of both sexes resembles the adult female. 2. See, for instance, Mr. Gould's account of Cyan Alcyon, one of the kingfishers, in which, however, the young male, though resembling the adult female, is less brilliantly colored. In some species of Dacello, the males have blue tails and the females brown ones. and Mr. R.B. Sharp informs me that the tail of the young male of D. gaudichaudi is first brown. Mr. Gould has described the sexes and the young of certain black cockatoos and of the king lory, in which the same rule prevails. Also Jerdon on the Palaeornis rosa, in which the young are more like the female than the male. We see the same fact exhibited still more clearly in certain anomalous cases. Thus the male of Heliothrix auriculata, one of the hummingbirds, differs conspicuously from the female in having a splendid gorget and fine ear tufts, but the female is remarkable from having a much longer tail than that of the male. Now the young of both sexes resemble, with the exception of the breast being spotted with bronze, the adult female in all other respects, including the length of her tail, so that the tail of the male actually becomes shorter as he reaches maturity, which is a most unusual circumstance. 3. I owe this information to Mr. Gould, who showed me the specimens. Again, the plumage of the male goosander, Mergus merganser, is more conspicuously colored than that of the female, with the scapular and secondary wing feathers much longer, but differently from what occurs, as far as I know, in any other bird. The crest of the adult male, though broader than that of the female, is considerably shorter, being only a little above an inch in length, the crest of the female being 2½ inches long. Now the young of both sexes entirely resemble the adult female, so that their crests are actually of greater length, though narrower, than in the adult male. When the young and the females closely resemble each other, and both differ from the males, the most obvious conclusion is that the males alone have been modified. Even in the anomalous cases of the Heliothrix and the Mergus, it is probable that originally both adult sexes were furnished, the one species with a much elongated tail and the other with a much elongated crest, these characters having since been partially lost by the adult males from some unexplained cause, and transmitted in their diminished state to their male offspring alone, when arrived at the corresponding age of maturity. The belief that in the present class the male alone has been modified, as far as the differences between the male and the female together with her young are concerned, it is strongly supported by some remarkable facts recorded by Mr. Blyth. In regard to Tanysiptera, Professor Schlegel told Mr. Blyth that he could distinguish several distinct races solely by comparing the adult males. With respect to closely allied species which represent each other in distinct countries, for with several of these representative species the adult males have undergone a certain amount of change and can be distinguished, the females and the young from the distinct countries being indistinguishable and therefore absolutely unchanged. This is the case with certain Indian chats, Thamnobia, with certain honeysuckers, Nectarina, shrikes, Tephrodornis, certain kingfishers, Tanysiptera, kalij pheasants, Gallophasis, and tree partridges, Arboricola. In some analogous cases, namely with birds having a different summer and winter plumage, but with the two sexes nearly alike, certain closely allied species can easily be distinguished in their summer or nuptial plumage, yet are undistinguishable in their winter as well as their immature plumage. This is the case with some of the closely allied Indian wagtails, or motacilli. Mr. Swinhoe informs me that 3 species of Ardiola, a genus of herons, which represent one another on separate continents, are most strikingly different when ornamented with their summer plumes, but are hardly, if at all, distinguishable during the winter. The young also of these 3 species, in their immature plumage, closely resemble the adults in their winter dress. This case is all the more interesting because with 2 other species of Ardiola, both sexes retain, during the winter and summer, nearly the same plumage as that possessed by the 3 first species during the winter and in their immature state. And this plumage, which is common to several distinct species at different ages and seasons, probably shows us how the progenitors of the genus were colored. In all these cases, the nuptial plumage, which we may assume was originally acquired by the adult males during the breeding season and transmitted to the adults of both sexes at the corresponding season, has been modified, whilst the winter and immature plumages have been left unchanged. The question naturally arises, how is it that in these latter cases the winter plumage of both sexes, and in the former cases the plumage of the adult females as well as the immature plumage of the young, have not been at all affected? The species which represent each other in distinct countries will almost always have been exposed to somewhat different conditions, but we can hardly attribute to this action the modification of the plumage in the males alone, seeing that the females and the young, though similarly exposed, have not been affected. Hardly any fact shows us more clearly how subordinate in importance is the direct action of the conditions of life in comparison with the accumulation through selection of indefinite variations than the surprising difference between the sexes of many birds, for both will have consumed the same food and have been exposed to the same climate. Nevertheless, we are not precluded from believing that in the course of time new conditions may produce some direct effect either on both sexes or from their constitutional differences chiefly on one sex. We see only that this is subordinate in importance to the accumulated results of selection. Judging, however, from a widespread analogy, when a species migrates into a new country, and this must precede the formation of representative species, the changed conditions to which they will almost always have been exposed will cause them to undergo a certain amount of fluctuating variability. In this case, sexual selection, which depends on an element liable to change, the taste or admiration of the female will have had new shades of color or other differences to act on and accumulate. And as sexual selection is always at work, it would, from what we know of the results on domestic animals of man's unintentional selection, be surprising if animals inhabiting separate districts, which can never cross and thus blend their newly acquired characters, were not, after a sufficient lapse of time, differently modified. These remarks likewise apply to the nuptial or summer plumage, whether confined to the males or common to both sexes. Although the females of the above closely allied or representative species, together with their young, differ hardly at all from one another, so that the males alone can be distinguished, yet the females of most species within the same genus obviously differ from each other. The differences, however, are rarely as great as between the males. We see this clearly in the whole family of the Gallinaceae. The females, for instance, of the common and Japan pheasant, and especially of the gold and Amherst pheasant, of the silver pheasant and the wild fowl, resemble one another very closely in colour, whilst the males differ to an extraordinary degree. So it is with the females of most of the Cotingidae, Fringillidae, and many other families. There can indeed be no doubt that, as a general rule, the females have been less modified than the males. Some few birds, however, offer a singular and inexplicable exception. Thus the females of Paradisea apoda and P. papuana differ from each other more than do their respective males, the female of the latter species having the under surface pure white, whilst the female P. apoda is deep brown beneath. So again, as I hear from Professor Newton, the males of two species of Oxynotus shrikes, which represent each other in the islands of Mauritius and Bourbon, differ but little in colour, whilst the females differ much. In the Bourbon species, the female appears to have partially retained an immature condition of plumage, for at first sight she might be taken for the young of the Mauritian species. These differences may be compared with those inexplicable ones which occur independently of man's selection in certain sub-breeds of game fowl, in which the females are very different, whilst the males can hardly be distinguished. As I account so largely by sexual selection for the differences between the males of allied species, how can the difference between the females be accounted for in all ordinary cases? We need not here consider the species which belong to distinct genera, for with these adaptation to different habits of life and other agencies will have come into play. In regard to the differences between the females within the same genus, it appears to me almost certain, after looking through various large groups, that the chief agent has been the greater or less transference to the female of the characters acquired by the males through sexual selection. In several British finches, the two sexes differ either very slightly or considerably, and if we compare the females of the greenfinch, chaffinch, goldfinch, bullfinch, crossbill, sparrow, etc., we shall see that they differ from one another chiefly in the points in which they partially resemble their respective males, and the colours of the males may safely be attributed to sexual selection. With many gallinaceous species, the sexes differ to an extreme degree, as with the peacock, pheasant, and fowl, whilst with other species there has been a partial or even complete transference of character from the male to the female. The females of the several species of Polyplectron exhibit in a dim condition, and chiefly on the tail, the splendid ocelli of their males. The female partridge differs from the male only in the red mark on her breast being smaller, and the female wild turkey only in her colours being much duller. In the guinea fowl the two sexes are indistinguishable, There is no improbability in the plain, though peculiarly spotted plumage of this latter bird having been acquired through sexual selection by the males, and then transmitted to both sexes, for it is not essentially different from the much more beautifully spotted plumage characteristic of the males alone of the Tragopan pheasants. It should be observed that in some instances the transference of characters from the male to the female has been effected apparently at a remote period, the male having subsequently undergone great changes without transferring to the female any of his later gained characters. For instance, the female and the young of the black grouse Tetraotetrix resemble pretty closely both sexes and the young of the red grouse T. scoticus, and we may consequently infer that the black grouse is descended from some ancient species of which both sexes were colored in nearly the same manner as the red grouse. As both sexes of this latter species are more distinctly barred during the breeding season than at any other time, and as the male differs slightly from the female in his more strongly pronounced red and brown tints, we may conclude that his plumage has been influenced by sexual selection, at least to a certain extent. If so, we may further infer that nearly similar plumage of the female black grouse was similarly produced at some former period. But since this period the male black grouse has acquired his fine black plumage with his forked and outwardly curled tail feathers. But of those characters there has hardly been any transference to the female, excepting that she shows in her tail a trace of the curved fork. We may therefore conclude that the females of distinct though allied species often had their plumage rendered more or less different by the transference in various degrees of characters acquired by the males through sexual selection, both during former and recent times. But it deserves especial attention that brilliant colors have been transferred much more rarely than other tints. For instance, the male of the red-throated blue-breast Cyanecula suecica has a rich blue breast, including a sub-triangular red mark. Now marks of nearly the same shape have been transferred to the female, but the central space is fulvous instead of red, and is surrounded by mottled instead of blue feathers. The Gallinaceae offer many analogous cases, for none of the species, such as partridges, quails, guinea fowls, etc., in which the colors of the plumage have been largely transferred from the male to the female, are brilliantly colored. This is well exemplified with the pheasants, in which the male is generally so much more brilliant than the female. But with the eared and cheer pheasants, Crassoptilon arutum and Phasianus wallichi, the sexes closely resemble each other, and their colors are dull. We may go so far as to believe that if any part of the plumage in the males of these two pheasants had been brilliantly colored, it would not have been transferred to the females. These facts strongly support Mr. Wallace's view that with birds which are exposed to much danger during incubation, the transference of bright colors from the male to the female has been checked through natural selection. We must not, however, forget that another explanation before given is possible, namely, that the males which varied and became bright whilst they were young and inexperienced would have been exposed to much danger, and would generally have been destroyed. The older and more cautious males, on the other hand, if they varied in a like manner, would not only have been able to survive, but would have been favored in their rivalry with other males. Now variations occurring late in life tend to be transmitted exclusively to the same sex, so that in this case extremely bright tints would not have been transmitted to the females. On the other hand, ornaments of a less conspicuous kind, such as those possessed by the eared and cheer pheasants, would not have been dangerous, and if they appeared during early youth, would generally have been transmitted to both sexes. In addition to the effects of the partial transference of characters from the males to the females, some of the differences between the females of closely allied species may be attributed to the direct or definite action of the conditions of life. With the males, any such action would generally have been masked by the brilliant colors gained through sexual selection, but not so with the females. Each of the endless diversities in plumage which we see in our domesticated birds is, of course, the result of some definite cause, and under natural and more uniform conditions, some one tint, assuming that it was in no way injurious, would almost certainly sooner or later prevail. The free intercrossing of the many individuals belonging to the same species would ultimately tend to make any change of color thus induced uniform in character. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Descent of Man, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. The Descent of Man, Part 2 by Charles Darwin. Chapter 15, Birds, Concluded, Part 2. No one doubts that both sexes of many birds have had their colors adapted for the sake of protection, and it is possible that the females alone of some species have been modified for this end. Although it would be difficult, perhaps an impossible process, as shown in the last chapter, to convert one form of transmission into another through selection, there would not be the least difficulty in adapting the colors of the female, independently of those of the male, to surrounding objects, through the accumulation of variations which were from the first limited in their transmission to the female sex. If the variations were not thus limited, the bright tints of the male would be deteriorated or destroyed. Whether the females alone of many species have been thus specially modified is at present very doubtful. I wish I could follow Mr. Wallace to the full extent, for the admission would remove some difficulties. Any variations which were of no service to the female as a protection would be at once obliterated, instead of being lost simply by not being selected, or from free intercrossing, or from being eliminated when transferred to the male and in any way injurious to him. Thus the plumage of the female would be kept constant in character. It would also be a relief if we could admit that the obscure tints of both sexes of many birds had been acquired and preserved for the sake of protection. For example, of the hedge warbler or kitty wren (Accentor modularis) and Troglodytes vulgaris, with respect to which we have no sufficient evidence of the action of sexual selection. We ought, however, to be cautious in concluding that colors which appear to us dull are not attractive to the females of certain species. We should bear in mind such cases as that of the common house sparrow, in which the male differs much from the female, but does not exhibit any bright tints. No one probably will dispute that many gallinaceous birds, which live on the open ground, have acquired their present colors, at least in part, for the sake of protection. We know how well they are thus concealed. We know that ptarmigans, whilst changing from winter to their summer plumage, both of which are protective, suffer greatly from birds of prey. But can we believe that the very slight differences in tints and markings between, for instance, the female black grouse and red grouse, serve as a protection? Are partridges, as they are now colored, better protected than if they had resembled quails? Do the slight differences between the females of the common pheasant, the Japan and gold pheasants, serve as a protection, or might not their plumages have been interchanged with impunity? From what Mr. Wallace has observed of the habits of certain gallinaceous birds in the East, he thinks that such slight differences are beneficial. For myself, I will only say that I am not convinced. Formerly, when I was inclined to lay much stress on protection as accounting for the duller colors of female birds, it occurred to me that possibly both sexes and the young might aboriginally have been equally bright colored, but that subsequently the females, from the danger incurred during incubation, and the young from being inexperienced, had been rendered dull as a protection. But this view is not supported by any evidence, and is not probable, for we thus in imagination expose during past times the females and the younger to danger, from which it has subsequently been necessary to shield their modified descendants. We have also to reduce, through a gradual process of selection, the females and the young to almost exactly the same tints and markings, and to transmit them to the corresponding sex and period of life. On the supposition that the females and the young have partaken during each stage of the process of modification of a tendency to be as brightly colored as the males, it is somewhat strange fact that the females have never been rendered dull colored without the young participating in the same change, for there are no instances, as far as I can discover, of species with the females dull and the young bright colored. A partial exception, however, is offered by the young of certain woodpeckers, for they have the whole upper part of the head tinged with red, which afterwards either decreases into a mere circular red line in the adults of both sexes, or quite disappears in the adult females. Finally, with respect to our present class of cases, the most probable view appears to be that successive variations in brightness or in other ornamental characters occurring in the males at a rather late period of life have alone been preserved, and that most or all of these variations, owing to the late period of life at which they appeared, have been from the first transmitted only to the adult male offspring. Any variations in brightness occurring in the females or in the young would have been of no service to them, and would not have been selected, and moreover, if dangerous, would have been eliminated. Thus the females and the young will either have been left unmodified, or, as is much more common, they will have been partially modified by receiving through transference from the males some of his successive variations. Both sexes have perhaps been directly acted on by the conditions of life to which they have long been exposed, but the females, from not being otherwise much modified, will best exhibit any such effects. These changes, and all others, will have been kept uniform by the free intercrossing of many individuals. In some cases, especially with ground birds, the females and the young may possibly have been modified, independently of the males, for the sake of protection, so as to have acquired the same dull-colored plumage. Class II. When the adult female is more conspicuous than the adult male, the young of both sexes in their first plumage resemble the adult male. This class is exactly the reverse of the last, for the females here are brighter colored or more conspicuous than the males, and the young, as far as they are known, resemble the adult males instead of the adult females. But the difference between the sexes is never nearly so great as with many birds in the first class, and the cases are comparatively rare. Mr. Wallace, who first called attention to the singular relation which exists between the less bright colors of the males and their performing the duties of incubation, lays great stress on this point as a crucial test that obscure colors have been acquired for the sake of protection during the period of nesting. A different view seems to me more probable, as the cases are curious and not numerous. I will briefly give all that I have been able to find. In one section of the genus Turnix, quail-like birds, the female is invariably larger than the male, being nearly twice as large in one of the Australian species, and this is an unusual circumstance with the Gallinaceae. In most of the species, the female is more distinctly colored and brighter than the male, but in some few species the sexes are alike. In Turnix tagore of India, the male wants the black on the throat and neck, and the whole tone of the plumage is lighter and less pronounced than that of the female. The female appears to be noisier, and is certainly much more pugnacious than the male, so that the females, and not the males, are often kept by the natives for fighting, like gamecocks. As male birds are exposed by the English bird-catchers for a decoy near a trap, in order to catch other males by exciting their rivalry, so the females of this Turnix are employed in India. When thus exposed, the females soon begin their loud purring call, which can be heard a long way off, and any females within earshot run rapidly to the spot and commence fighting with the caged bird. In this way from 12 to 20 birds, all breeding females can be caught in the course of a single day. The natives assert that the females, after laying their eggs, associate in flocks and leave the males to sit on them. There is no reason to doubt the truth of this assertion, which is supported by some observations made in China by Mr. Swinhoe. Mr. Blyth believes that the young of both sexes resemble the adult male. The female of 3 species of painted snipes, Rhynchaea, are not only larger but much more richly colored than the males. With all other birds in which the trachea differs in structure in the 2 sexes, it is more developed and complex in the male than in the female. But in the Rhynchaea australis it is simple in the male, whilst in the female it makes 4 distinct convolutions before entering the lungs. The female, therefore, of this species has acquired an eminently masculine character. Mr. Blyth ascertained, by examining many specimens, that the trachea is not convoluted in either sex of R. bengalensis, which species resembles R. australis so closely that it can hardly be distinguished except by its shorter toes. This fact is another striking instance of the law that secondary sexual characters are often widely different in closely allied forms, though it is a very rare circumstance when such differences relate to the female sex. The young of both sexes of R. bengalensis in their first plumage are said to resemble the mature male. There is also reason to believe that the male undertakes the duty of incubation, for Mr. Swinhoe found the females before the close of the summer associated in flocks, as occurs with the females of the turnix. The female of Phalaropus fulicarius and P. hyperboreus are larger, and in their summer plumage more gaily attired than the males. But the difference in color between the sexes is far from conspicuous. According to Professor Steenstrup, the male alone of P. fulicarius undertakes the duty of incubation. This is likewise shown by the state of his breast feathers during the breeding season. The female of the dotterel plover, Euderomius morinellus, is larger than the male, and has the red and black tints on the lower surface, the white crescent on the breast, and the stripes over the eyes more strongly pronounced. The male also takes at least a share in hatching the eggs, but the female likewise attends to the young. For these several statements, see Mr. Gould's Birds of Great Britain. Professor Newton informs me that he has long been convinced from his own observations and from those of others that the males of the above-named species take either the whole or a large share of the duties of incubation, and that they show much greater devotion towards the young when in danger than do the females. So it is, as he informs me, with Limosa lapanica and some few other waders, in which the females are larger and have more strongly contrasted colors than the males. I have not been able to discover whether with these species the young resemble the adult males more closely than the adult females, for the comparison is somewhat difficult to make on account of the double moult. Turning now to the ostrich order. The male of the common cassowary, Cassoreus galatus, would be thought by any one to be the female, from his smaller size, and from the appendages and naked skin about his head being much less brightly colored, and I am informed by Mr. Bartlett that in the zoological gardens it is certainly the male alone who sits on the eggs and takes care of the young. The natives of Serum assert that the male and female sit alternately on the eggs, but this assertion, as Mr. Bartlett thinks, may be accounted for by the female visiting the nest to lay her eggs. The female is said by Mr. T.W. Wood to exhibit during the breeding season a most pugnacious disposition, and her wattles then become enlarged and more brilliantly colored. So again the female of one of the emus Dromoeus irroratus is considerably larger than the male, and she possesses a slight top knot, but is otherwise indistinguishable in plumage. She appears, however, to have greater power when angry or otherwise excited of erecting, like a turkey cock, the feathers of her neck and breast. She is usually the more courageous and pugilistic. She makes a deep, hollow, guttural boom, especially at night, sounding like a small gong. The male has a slender frame and is more docile, with no voice beyond a suppressed hiss when angry, or a croak. He not only performs the whole duty of incubation, but has to defend the young from their mother, for as soon as she catches sight of her progeny, she becomes violently agitated, and notwithstanding the resistance of the father, appears to use her utmost endeavors to destroy them. For months afterwards it is unsafe to put the parents together, violent quarrels being the inevitable result, in which the female generally comes off conqueror. So that with this emu we have a complete reversal not only of the parental and incubating instincts, but of the usual moral qualities of the two sexes, the females being savage, quarrelsome, and noisy, the males gentle and good. The case is very different with the African ostrich, for the male is somewhat larger than the female and has finer plumes, with more strongly contrasted colors. Nevertheless, he undertakes the whole duty of incubation. So it is with Rhea darwini. Captain Musters says that the male is larger, stronger, and swifter than the female, and of slightly darker colors, yet he takes sole charge of the eggs and of the young, just as does the male of the common species of Rhea. I will specify the few other cases known to me in which the female is more conspicuously colored than the male, although nothing is known about the manner of incubation. With the carrion hawk of the Falkland Islands, Milvago leucurus, I was much surprised to find by dissection that the individuals which had all their tints strongly pronounced, with the cere and legs orange colored, were the adult females, whilst those with duller plumage and gray legs were the males or the young. In an Australian tree creeper, Climacterus erythrops, the female differs from the male in being adorned with beautiful radiated rufous markings on the throat, the male having this part quite plain. Lastly, in an Australian nightjar, the female always exceeds the male in size and in brilliance of her tints. The males, on the other hand, have two white spots on the primaries more conspicuous than the female. The New Zealand shieldrake, Tadorna variegata, offers a quite anomalous case. The head of the female is pure white, and her back is redder than that of the male. The head of the male is of a rich, dark, bronzed color, and his back clothed with finely penciled slate-colored feathers, so that altogether he may be considered as the more beautiful of the two. He is larger and more pugnacious than the female, and does not sit on the eggs, so that in all these respects this species comes under our first class of cases. But Mr. Sclater was much surprised to observe that the young of both sexes, when about 3 months old, resembled in their dark heads and necks the adult males instead of the adult females, so that it would appear in this case that the females have been modified, whilst the males and the young have retained a former state of plumage. We thus see that the cases in which female birds are more conspicuously colored than the males, with the young in their immature plumage resembling the adult males instead of the adult females, as in the previous class, are not numerous, though they are distributed in various orders. The amount of difference also between the sexes is incomparably less than that which frequently occurs in the last class, so that the cause of the difference, whatever it may have been, has here acted on the females either less energetically or less persistently than on the males in the last class. Mr. Wallace believes that the males have had their colors rendered less conspicuous for the sake of protection during the period of incubation, but the difference between the sexes in hardly any of the foregoing cases appears sufficiently great for this view to be safely accepted. In some of the cases, the brighter tints of the female are almost confined to the lower surface, and the males, if thus colored, would not have been exposed to danger while sitting on the eggs. It should also be borne in mind that the males are not only in a slight degree less conspicuously colored than the females, but are smaller and weaker. They have, moreover, not only acquired the maternal instinct of incubation, but are less pugnacious and vociferous than the females, and in one instance have simpler vocal organs. Thus an almost complete transposition of the instincts, habits, disposition, color, size, and of some points of structure has been effected between the two sexes. Now, if we might assume that the males in the present class have lost some of that ardor which is usual to their sex, so that they no longer search eagerly for the females, or if we might assume that the females have become much more numerous than the males, and in the case of one Indian turnix, the females are said to be much more commonly met with than the males, then it is not improbable that the females would have been led to court the males, instead of being courted by them. This indeed is the case to a certain extent with some birds, as we have seen with the peahen, wild turkey, and certain kinds of grouse. Taking as our guide the habits of most male birds, the greater size and strength, as well as the extraordinary pugnacity of the females of the turnix and emu, must mean that they endeavor to drive away rival females in order to gain possession of the male, and on this view all the facts become clear, for the males would probably be most charmed or excited by the females which were the most attractive to them by their bright colors, other ornaments, or vocal powers. sexual selection would then do its work, steadily adding to the attractions of the females, the males and the young being left not at all or but little modified. Class III. When the adult male resembles the adult female, the young of both sexes have a peculiar first plumage of their own. In this class, the sexes, when adult, resemble each other and differ from the young. This occurs with many birds of many kinds. The male robin can hardly be distinguished from the female, but the young are widely different, with their mottled, dusky olive and brown plumage. The male and female of the splendid scarlet ibis are alike, whilst the young are brown, and the scarlet color, though common to both sexes, is apparently a sexual character, for it is not well developed in either sex under confinement, and a loss of color often occurs with brilliant males when they are confined. With many species of herons, the young differ greatly from the adults, and the summer plumage of the latter, though common to both sexes, clearly as a nuptial character. Young swans are slate-colored, whilst the mature birds are pure white, but it would be superfluous to give additional instances. These differences between the young and the old apparently depend, as in the last two classes, on the young having retained a former or ancient state of plumage, whilst the old of both sexes have acquired a new one. When the adults are bright-colored, we may conclude from the remarks just made in relation to the scarlet ibis and to many herons, and from the analogy of the species in the first class, that such colors have been acquired through sexual selection by the nearly mature males, but that differently from what occurs in the first two classes, the transmission, though limited to the same age, has not been limited to the same sex. Consequently, the sexes when mature resemble each other and differ from the young. Class IV. When the adult male resembles the adult female, the young of both sexes in their first plumage resembles the adults. In this class, the young and the adult of both sexes, whether brilliantly or obscurely colored, resemble each other. Such cases are, I think, more common than those in the last class. We have in England instances in the kingfisher, some woodpeckers, the jay, magpie, crow, and many small dull-colored birds, such as the hedge warbler or kitty wren. But the similarity in plumage between the young and old is never complete, and graduates away into dissimilarity. Thus the young of some members of the kingfisher family are not only less vividly colored than the adults, but many of the feathers on the lower surface are edged with brown, a vestige probably of a former state of the plumage. Frequently in the same group of birds, even within the same genus, for instance in the Australian genus of parakeets, Platycercus, the young of some species closely resemble, whilst the young of other species differ considerably, from their parents of both sexes, which are alike. Both sexes and the young of the common jay are closely similar, but in the Canada jay, Purusorius canadensis, the young differ so much from their parents that they were formerly described as a distinct species. I may remark before proceeding that under the present and next two classes of cases, the facts are so complex and the conclusions so doubtful that anyone who feels no special interest in the subject had better pass them over. The brilliant or conspicuous colors which characterize many birds in the present class can rarely or never be of service to them as a protection, so that they have probably been gained by the males through sexual selection and then transferred to the females and the young. It is, however, possible that the males may have selected the more attractive females, and if these transmitted their characters to their offspring of both sexes, the same results would follow as from the selection of the more attractive males by the females. But there is evidence that this contingency has rarely, if ever, occurred in any of those groups of birds in which the sexes are generally alike. For, if even a few of the successive variations had failed to be transmitted to both sexes, the females would have slightly exceeded the males in beauty. Exactly the reverse occurs under nature, for in almost every large group in which the sexes generally resemble each other, the males of some few species are in a slight degree more brightly colored than the females. It is again possible that the females may have selected the more beautiful males, these males having reciprocally selected the more beautiful females, but it is doubtful whether this double process of selection would be likely to occur, owing to the greater eagerness of one sex than the other, and whether it would be more efficient than selection on one side alone. It is therefore the most probable view that sexual selection has acted in the present class, as far as ornamental characters are concerned, in accordance with the general rule throughout the animal kingdom, that is, on the males, and that these have transmitted their gradually acquired colors, either equally or almost equally, to their offspring of both sexes. Another point is more doubtful, namely, whether the successive variations first appeared in the males after had become nearly mature or whilst quite young. In either case, sexual selection must have acted on the male when he had to compete with rivals for the possession of the female, and in both cases the characters thus acquired have been transmitted to both sexes and all ages. But these characters, if acquired by the males when adult, may have been transmitted at first to the adults alone, and at some subsequent period transferred to the young. For it is known that when the law of inheritance at corresponding ages fails, the offspring often inherit characters at an earlier age than that at which they first appeared in their parents. Cases apparently of this kind have been observed with birds in a state of nature. For instance, Mr. Blyth has seen specimens of Lanius rufus and of Colymbus galaceus, which had assumed whilst young, in a quite anomalous manner, the adult plumage of their parents. Again, the young of the common swan, Cygnus olor, do not cast off their dark feathers and become white until 18 months or 2 years old. But Dr. F. Forel has described the case of 3 vigorous young birds out of a brood of 4, which were born pure white. These young birds were not albinos, as shown by the color of their beaks and legs, which nearly resembled the same parts in the adults. The young of the Polish swan, Cygnus immutabilis of Yarrell, are always white, but this species, as Mr. Sclater informs me, is believed to be nothing more than a variety of the domestic swan, Cygnus oldus. Section 23 of The Descent of Man, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. The Descent of Man, Part 2, by Charles Darwin. Chapter 16, Birds, concluded, Part 3. It may be worth while to illustrate the above three modes by which, in the present class, the two sexes and the young may have come to resemble each other by the curious case of the genus Passer. I am indebted to Mr. Blyth for information in regard to this genus. The sparrow of Palestine belongs to the subgenus Petronia. In the house sparrow, P. domesticus, the male differs much from the female and from the young. The young and the females are alike, and resemble to a large extent both sexes and the young of the sparrow Palestine, P. brachydactylus, as well as of some allied species. We may therefore assume that the female and the young of the house sparrow approximately show us the plumage of the progenitor of the genus. Now with the tree sparrow, P. montanus, both sexes and the young closely resemble the male of the house sparrow, so that they have all been modified in the same manner, and all depart from the typical coloring of their early progenitor. This may have been effected by a male ancestor of the tree sparrow having varied, firstly, when nearly mature, or secondly, whilst quite young, and by having in either case transmitted his modified plumage to the females and the young, or thirdly, he may have varied when adult and transmitted this plumage to both adult sexes, and owing to the failure of the law of inheritance at corresponding ages, at some subsequent period to his young. It is impossible to decide which of these three modes has generally prevailed throughout the present class of cases. That the males varied whilst young, and transmitted their variations to their offspring of both sexes, is the most probable. I may here add that I have, with little success, endeavored, by consulting various works, to decide how far the period of variation in birds has generally determined the transmission of characters to one sex or to both. The two rules, often referred to, namely that variations occurring late in life are transmitted to one and the same sex, whilst those which occur early in life are transmitted to both sexes, apparently hold good in the first. For instance, the males Tanagra aestiva and Fringilla cyanea require 3 years, the male of Fringilla cirrus 4 years, to complete their beautiful plumage. The harlequin duck takes 3 years. The male of the gold pheasant, as I hear from Mr. Jenner Weir, can be distinguished from the female when about 3 months old, but he does not acquire his full splendor until the end of September in the following year. Second and fourth classes of cases, but they fail in the third, often the 5th. Thus the ibis tantalus and grus americanus take 4 years, the flamingo several years, and the ardea ludovicana 2 years before they acquire their perfect plumage, and in the 6th small class. They apply, however, as far as I can judge, to a considerable majority of the species, and we must not forget the striking generalization by Dr. W. Marshall with respect to the protuberances of the heads of the birds. Whether or not the two rules generally hold good, we may conclude from the facts given in the 8th chapter that the period of variation is one important element in determining the form of transmission. With birds, it is difficult to decide by what standard we ought to judge of the earliness or lateness of the period of variation, whether by the age in reference to the duration of life, or to the power of reproduction, or to the number of moults through which the species passes. The moulting of birds, even within the same family, sometimes differs much without any assignable cause. Some birds moult so early that nearly all the body feathers are cast off before the first wing feathers are fully grown, and we cannot believe that this was the primordial state of things. When the first period of moulting has been accelerated, the age at which the colors of the adult plumage are first developed will falsely appear to us to be earlier than it really is. This may be illustrated by the practice followed by some bird fanciers, who pull out a few feathers from the breast of nestling bullfinches, and from the head or neck of young gold pheasants, in order to ascertain their sex. For in the males, these feathers are immediately replaced by colored ones. The actual duration of life is known but in few birds, so that we can hardly judge by this standard. And with reference to the period at which the power of reproduction is gained, it is a remarkable fact that various birds occasionally breed whilst retaining their immature plumage. The ibis tantalus takes 4 years to come to full maturity, but sometimes breeds in the 2nd year. The grus americanus takes the same time, but breeds before acquiring its full plumage. The adults of Ardea caerulea are blue, and the young white, and white, mottled, and mature bluebirds may all be seen breeding together. But Mr. Blyth informs me that certain herons apparently are dimorphic, for white and colored individuals of the same age may be observed. The harlequin duck, Anis histrionica, Linn., takes 3 years to acquire its full plumage, though many birds breed in the 2nd year. The white-headed eagle, Falco leucocephalius, is likewise known to breed in its immature state. Some species of Oriolus, according to Mr. Blyth and Mr. Swinhoe, likewise breed before they attain their full plumage. The fact of birds breeding in their immature plumage seems opposed to the belief that sexual selection has played as important a part, as I believe it has, in giving ornamental colors, plumes, etc., to the males, and, by means of equal transmission, to the females of many species. The objection would be a valid one if the younger and less ornamented males were as successful in winning females and propagating their kind as the older and more beautiful males. But we have no reason to suppose that this is the case. Audubon speaks of the breeding of the immature males of Ibis tantalus as a rare event, as does Mr. Swinhoe, in regard to the immature males of Oriolis. If the young of any species in their immature plumage were more successful in winning partners than the adult plumage would probably soon be lost, as the males would prevail which retained their immature dress for the longest period, and thus the character of the species would ultimately be modified. Other animals belonging to quite distinct classes are either habitually or occasionally capable of breeding before they have fully acquired their adult characters. This is the case with the young males of the salmon. Several amphibians have been known to breed whilst retaining their larval structure. Fritz Müller has shown that the males of several amphipod crustaceans become sexually mature whilst young, and I infer that this is a case of premature breeding because they have not as yet acquired their fully developed claspers. All such facts are highly interesting, as bearing on one means by which species may undergo great modifications of character. If, on the other hand, the young never succeed in obtaining a female, the habit of early reproduction would perhaps be sooner or later eliminated from being superfluous and entailing waste of power. The plumage of certain birds goes on increasing in beauty during many years after they are fully mature. This is the case with the train of the peacock, with some of the birds of paradise, and with the crest and plumes of certain herons, for instance, the Ardea ludovicana. Dr. Marshall thinks that the older and more brilliant males of birds of paradise have an advantage over the younger males, but it is doubtful whether the continued development of such feathers is the result of the selection of successful beneficial variations, though this is the most probable view with birds of paradise, or merely of continuous growth. Most fishes continue increasing in size as long as they are in good health and have plenty of food, and somewhat similar law may prevail with the plumes of birds. Class 5. When the adults of both sexes have a distinct winter and summer plumage. Whether or not the male differs from the female, the young resemble the adults of both sexes in their winter dress, or much more rarely in their summer dress, or they resemble the females alone, or the young may have an intermediate character, or again they may differ greatly from the adults in both their seasonal plumages. The cases in this class are singularly complex, nor is this surprising, as they depend on inheritance limited in a greater or less degree in 3 different ways, namely by sex, age, and the season of the year. In some cases, the individuals of the same species pass through at least 5 distinct states of plumage, with the species in which the male differs from the female during the summer season alone, or which is rarer during both seasons. The young generally resemble the females, as with the so-called goldfinch of North America, and apparently with the splendid maluri of Australia. With those species, the sexes of which are alike during both summer and winter, the young may resemble the adults, firstly in their winter dress, secondly, and this is of much rarer occurrence, in their summer dress. Thirdly, they may be intermediate between these 2 states, and fourthly, they may differ greatly from the adults at all seasons. We have an instance of the first of these 4 cases in one of the egrets of India, Buphus coromandus. in which the young and the adults of both sexes are white during the winter, the adults becoming golden buff during the summer. With the gaper Anastomus oscitans of India, we have a similar case, but the colors are reversed, for the young and the adults of both sexes are gray and black during the winter, the adults becoming white during the summer. As an instance of the second case, the young of the razorbill Alcatorda linn, in an early state of plumage, are colored like the adults during the summer, and the young of the white-crowned sparrow of North America, Fringilla leucophrys, as soon as fledged, have elegant white stripes on their heads, which are lost by the young and the old during the winter. With respect to the third case, namely that of the young having an intermediate character between the summer and winter adult plumages, Yarrell insists that this occurs with many waders. Lastly, in regard to the young differing greatly from both sexes in their adult summer and winter plumages, this occurs with some herons and egrets of North America and India, the young alone being white. I will make only a few remarks on these complicated cases. When the young resemble the females in their summer dress, or the adults of both sexes in their winter dress, the cases differ from those given under classes 1 and 3 only in the characters originally acquired by the males during the breeding season, having been limited to their transmission to the corresponding season. When the adults have a distinct summer and winter plumage, and the young differ from both, the case is more difficult to understand. We may admit as probable that the young have retained an ancient state of plumage. We can account by sexual selection for the summer or nuptial plumage of the adults, but how are we to account for their distinct winter plumage? If we could admit that this plumage serves in all cases as a protection, its acquirement may be a simple affair. But there seems no good reason for this admission. It may be suggested that the widely different conditions of life during the winter and summer have acted in a direct manner on the plumage. This may have had some effect, but I have not much confidence in so great a difference as we sometimes see between the two plumages, having been thus caused. A more probable explanation is, that an ancient style of plumage, partially modified through the transference of some characters from the summer plumage, has been retained by the adults during the winter. Finally, all the cases in our present class apparently depend on characters acquired by the adult males, having been variously limited in their transmission according to age, season, and sex. But it would not be worth while to attempt to follow out these complex relations. Class 6. The young in their first plumage differ from each other according to sex, the young males resembling more or less closely the adult males, and the young females more or less closely the adult females. The cases in the present class, though occurring in various groups, are not numerous, yet it seems the most natural thing that the young should at first somewhat resemble the adults of the same sex, and gradually become more and more like them. The adult male blackcap, Sylvia atricapilla, has a black head, that of the female being reddish-brown, and I am informed by Mr. Blyth that the young of both sexes can be distinguished by this character even as nestlings. In the family of thrushes, an unusual number of similar cases have been noticed. Thus the male blackbird, Turdus merula, can be distinguished in the nest from the female. The two sexes of the mockingbird, Turdus polyglottus, Linn., differ very little from each other, yet the males can easily be distinguished at a very early age from the females by showing more pure white. The males of a forest thrush and of a rock thrush, Orocetes erythrogastra and Petrocincla cyanea, have much of their plumage of a fine blue, whilst the females are brown, and the nestling males of both species have their main wing and tail feathers edged with blue, whilst those of the females are edged with brown. In the young blackbird, the wing feathers assume their mature character and become black after the others. On the other hand, the two species just named, the wing feathers become blue before the others. The most probable view with reference to the cases in the present class is that the males, differently from what occurs in Class I, have transmitted their colours to their male offspring at an earlier age than that which they were first acquired, for if the males had varied whilst quite young, their characters would probably have been transmitted to both sexes. The following additional cases may be mentioned. The young males of Tanagra rubra can be distinguished from the young females, and so it is within the nestlings of a blue nuthatch, Dendrophila frontalis, of India. Mr. Blyth also informs me that the sexes of the stone chat, Saxicola rubicola, are distinguishable at a very early age. Mr. Salvin gives the case of a humming-bird, like the following one of Eustephanus. In Aethurus polytmus, a humming-bird, the male is splendidly coloured black and green, and two of the tail feathers are immensely lengthened. The female has an ordinary tail and inconspicuous colours. Now the young males, instead of resembling the adult female in accordance with the common rule, begin from the first to assume the colours proper to their sex, and their tail feathers soon become elongated. I owe this information to Mr. Gould, who has given me the following more striking and as yet unpublished case. Two humming-birds belonging to the genus Enstephanus, both beautifully coloured, inhabit the small island of Juan Fernandez, and have always been ranked as specifically distinct. But it has lately been ascertained that the one which is of a rich chestnut-brown colour, with a golden-red head, is the male, whilst the other, which is elegantly variegated, with green and white, with a metallic green head, is the female. Now the young from the first somewhat resemble the adults of the corresponding sex. The resemblance gradually becomes more and more complete. In considering this last case, if, as before, we take the plumage of the young as our guide, it would appear that both sexes have been rendered beautiful independently, and not that one sex has partially transferred its beauty to the other. The male apparently has acquired his bright colours through sexual selection in the same manner as, for instance, the peacock or pheasant in our first class of cases, and the female in the same manner as the female Rhynchaea or turnix in our second class of cases. But there is much difficulty in understanding how this could have been effected at the same time with the two sexes of the same species. Mr. Salvin states, as we have seen in the 8th chapter, that with certain hummingbirds the males greatly exceed the females in number, whilst the other species inhabiting the same country, the females greatly exceed the males. If then we might assume that during some former lengthened period the males of the Juan Fernandez species had greatly exceeded the females in number, but that during another lengthened period the females had far exceeded the males, we could understand how the males at one time and the females at another might have been rendered beautiful by the selection of the brighter colored individuals of either sex, both sexes transmitting their characters to their young at a rather earlier age than usual. Whether this is the true explanation I will not pretend to say, but the case is too remarkable to be passed over without notice. We have now seen in all 6 classes that an intimate relation exists between the plumage of the young and the adults, either of one sex or both. These relations are fairly well explained on the principle that one sex, this being the great majority of cases the male, first acquired through variation and sexual selection bright colors or other ornaments, and transmitted them in various ways in accordance with the recognized laws of inheritance. Why variations have occurred at different periods of life, even sometimes with species of the same group, we do not know. But with respect to the form of transmission, one important determining cause seems to be the age at which the variations first appear. From the principle of inheritance at corresponding ages, and from any variations in color which occurred in the males at an early age, not being then selected, on the contrary, being often eliminated as dangerous, whilst similar variations occurring at or near the period of reproduction have been preserved, it follows that the plumage of the young will often have been left unmodified, or but little modified. We thus get some insight into the coloring of the progenitors of our existing species. In a vast number of species, in 5 of our 6 classes of cases, the adults of one sex or of both are bright colored, at least during the breeding season, whilst the young are invariably less brightly colored than the adults, or are quite dull colored. For no instance is known, as far as I can discover, of the young of dull colored species displaying bright colors, or of the young of bright colored species being more brilliant than their parents. In the 4th class, however, in which the young and the old resemble each other, there are many species, though by no means all, of which the young are bright colored, and as these form old groups, we may infer that their early progenitors were likewise bright. With this exception, if we look to the birds of the world, it appears that their beauty has been much increased since that period, of which their immature plumage gives us a partial record. On the color of the plumage in relation to protection. It will have been seen that I cannot follow Mr. Wallace in the belief that dull colors, when confined to the females, have been in most cases specially gained for the sake of protection. There can, however, be no doubt, as formerly remarked, that both sexes of many birds have had their colors modified so as to escape the notice of their enemies, or in some instances so as to approach their prey unobserved just as owls have had their plumage rendered soft that their flight may not be overheard. Mr. Wallace remarks that it is only in the tropics, among forests which never lose their foliage, that we find whole groups of birds whose chief color is green. It will be admitted by everyone who has ever tried how difficult it is to distinguish parrots in a leaf-covered tree. Nevertheless, we must remember that many parrots are ornamented with crimson, blue, and orange tints, which can hardly be protective. Woodpeckers are eminently arboreal, but besides green species, there are many black and white kinds, all the species being apparently exposed to nearly the same dangers. It is therefore probable that with tree-haunting birds, strongly pronounced colors have been acquired through sexual selection, but that a green tint has been acquired oftener than any other from the additional advantage of protection. In regard to birds which live on the ground, everyone admits that they are colored so as to imitate the surrounding surface. How difficult it is to see a partridge, snipe, woodcock, certain plovers, larks, and nightjars when crouched on the ground. Animals inhabiting deserts often the most striking cases, for the bare surface affords no concealment, and nearly all the smaller quadrupeds, reptiles, and birds depend for safety on their colors. Mr. Tristram has remarked in regard to the inhabitants of the Sahara that all are protected by their isabelline or sand color. Dr. Rolfs, however, remarks to me in a letter that according to his experience of the Sahara, this statement is too strong. Calling to my recollection the desert birds of South America, as well as most of the ground birds of Great Britain, it appeared to me that both sexes in such cases are generally colored nearly alike. Accordingly, I applied to Mr. Tristram with respect to the birds of the Sahara, and he has kindly given me the following information. There are 26 species, belonging to 15 genera, which manifestly have their plumage colored in a protective manner, and this coloring is all the more striking, as with most of the birds it differs from that of their congeners. Both sexes of 13 out of the 26 species are colored in the same manner, but these belong to genera in which this rule commonly prevails, so that they tell us nothing about the protective colors being the same in both sexes of desert birds. Of the other 13 species, 3 belong to genera in which the sexes usually differ from each other, yet here they have the sexes alike. In the remaining 10 species, the male differs from the female, but the difference is confined chiefly to the under surface of the plumage, which is concealed when the bird crouches on the ground, the head and back being the same sand-colored hue in the two sexes, so that in these 10 species the upper surfaces of both sexes have been acted on and rendered alike through natural selection for the sake of protection, whilst the lower surfaces of the males alone have been diversified through sexual selection for the sake of ornament. Here, as both sexes are equally well protected, we clearly see that the females have not been prevented by natural selection from inheriting the colors of their male parents, so that we must look to the law of sexually limited transmission. In all parts of the world, both sexes of many soft-billed birds, especially those which frequent reeds or sedges, are obscurely colored. No doubt if their colors had been brilliant, they would have been much more conspicuous to their enemies, but whether their dull tints have been specially gained for the sake of protection seems, as far as I can judge, rather doubtful. It is still more doubtful whether such dull tints can have been gained for the sake of ornament. We must, however, bear in mind that male birds, though dull-colored, often differ much from their females, as with the common sparrow, and this leads to the belief that such colors have been gained through sexual selection, from being attractive. Many of the soft-billed birds are songsters, and a discussion in a former chapter should not be forgotten, in which it was shown that the best songsters are rarely ornamented with bright tints. It would appear that female birds, as a general rule, have selected their mates either for their sweet voices or gay colors, but not for both charms combined. Some species, which are manifestly colored for the sake of protection, such as the jack snipe, woodcock, and nightjar, are likewise marked and shaded according to our standard of taste with extreme elegance. In such cases we may conclude that both natural and sexual selection have acted conjointly for protection and ornament. Whether any bird exists which does not possess some special attraction by which to charm the opposite sex may be doubted. When both sexes are so obscurely colored that it would be rash to assume the agency of sexual selection, and when no direct evidence can be advanced showing that such colors serve as a protection, it is best to own complete ignorance of the cause, or, which comes to nearly the same thing, to attribute the result to the direct action of the conditions of
Section 24 of The Descent of Man, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Descent of Man, Part 2, by Charles Darwin. Chapter 16. Birds. Concluded, Part 4. Both sexes of many birds are conspicuously, though not brilliantly, colored, such as the numerous black, white, or piebald species, and these colors are probably the result of sexual selection. With the common blackbird, capercailzie, blackcock, black scoter duck, oidemia, and even with one of the birds of paradise, Lophorina atra, the males alone are black, whilst the females are brown or mottled, and there can hardly be a doubt that blackness in these cases has been a sexually selected character. Therefore it is in some degree probable that the complete or partial blackness of both sexes in such birds as crows, certain cockatoos, storks, and swans, and many marine birds, is likewise the result of sexual selection, accompanied by equal transmission to both sexes, for blackness can hardly serve in any case as a protection. With several birds in which the male alone is black, and in others in which both sexes are black, the beak or skin about the head is brightly colored, and the contrast thus afforded adds much to their beauty. We see this in the bright yellow beak of the male blackbird, in the crimson skin over the eyes of the blackcock and capercailzie, in the brightly and variously colored beak of the scoterdrake (Oidemia), in the red beak of the chough (Corvus graculus), of the black swan and the black stork. This leads me to remark that it is not incredible that toucans may owe the enormous size of their beaks to sexual selection, for the sake of displaying the diversified and vivid stripes of color with which these organs are ornamented. No satisfactory explanation has ever been offered of the immense size, and still less of the bright colors of the toucan's beak. Mr. Bates states that they use their beaks for reaching fruit at the extreme tips of the branches, and likewise, as stated by other authors, for extracting eggs and young birds from the nests of other birds. But, as Mr. Bates admits, the beak can scarcely be considered a very perfectly formed instrument for the end to which it is applied. The great bulk of the beak, as shown by its breadth, depth, as well as length, is not intelligible on the view that it serves merely as an organ of prehension. Mr. Belt believes that the principal use of the beak is as a defense against enemies, especially to the female whilst nesting in a hole in a tree. The naked skin also at the base of the beak and round the eyes is likewise often brilliantly colored, and Mr. Gould, in speaking of one species, Ramphastos carinatus, says that the colors of the beak are doubtless in the finest and most brilliant state during the time of pairing. There is no greater improbability that toucans should be encumbered with immense beaks, though rendered as light as possible by their cancellated structure, for the display of fine colors, an object falsely appearing to us unimportant, than that the male Argus pheasant and some other birds should be encumbered with plumes so long as to impede their flight. In the same manner as the males alone of various species are black, the females being dull-colored, so in a few cases the males alone are either wholly or partially white, as with the several bell-birds of South America, Casmorhynchus, the Antarctic goose, Bernicla antarctica, the silver pheasant, etc., whilst the females are brown or obscurely mottled. Therefore, on the same principle as before, it is probable that both sexes of many birds, such as white cockatoos, several egrets with their beautiful plumes, certain ibises, gulls, terns, etc., have acquired their more or less completely white plumage through sexual selection. In some of these cases the plumage becomes white only at maturity. This is the case with certain gannets, tropic birds, etc., and with the snow goose, Anser hyperboreus, as the latter breeds on the barren grounds, when not covered with snow, and as it migrates southwards during the winter, there is no reason to suppose that its snow-white adult plumage serves as a protection. In the Anastomus occitans we have still better evidence that the white plumage is a nuptial character, for it is developed only during the summer, the young in their immature state and the adults in their winter dress being gray and black. With many kinds of gulls, larus, the head and neck become pure white during the summer, being gray or mottled during the winter and in the young state. On the other hand, with the smaller gulls or sea mews, Gavia, and with some terns, Sterna, exactly the reverse occurs, for the heads of the young birds during the first year and of the adults during the winter are either pure white or much paler colored than during the breeding season. These latter cases offer another instance of the capricious manner in which sexual selection appears often to have acted. The aquatic birds have acquired a white plumage so much oftener than terrestrial birds, probably depends on their large size and strong powers of flight, so that they can easily defend themselves or escape from birds of prey, to which, moreover, they are not much exposed. Consequently, sexual selection has not here been interfered with or guided for the sake of protection. No doubt with birds which roam over the open ocean, the males and females could find each other much more easily, when made conspicuous either by being perfectly white or intensely black, so that these colors may possibly serve the same end as the call notes of many land birds. It may be noticed that with vultures, which roam far and wide high in the air, like marine birds over the ocean, 3 or 4 species are almost wholly or largely white, and that many others are black, so that here again conspicuous colors may possibly aid the sexes in finding each other during the breeding season. A white or black bird, when it discovers and flies down to a carcass floating on the sea or cast up on the beach, will be seen from a great distance, and will guide other birds of the same and other species to the prey. But as this would be a disadvantage to the first finders, the individuals which were the whitest or blackest would not thus procure more food than the less strongly colored individuals. Hence conspicuous colors cannot have been gradually acquired for this purpose through natural selection. As sexual selection depends on so fluctuating an element as taste, we can understand how it is that within the same group of birds having nearly the same habits, there should exist white or nearly white, as well as black or nearly black, species. For instance, both white and black cockatoos, storks, ibises, swans, terns, and petrels. Piebald birds likewise sometimes occur in the same groups together with black and white species. For instance, the black-necked swan, certain terns, and the common magpie. That a strong contrast in color is agreeable to birds we may conclude by looking through any large collection, for the sexes often differ from each other in the male having the pale parts of a purer white, and the various colored dark parts of still darker tints than the female. It would even appear that mere novelty, or slight changes for the sake of change, have sometimes acted on female birds as a charm, like changes of fashion with us. Thus the males of some parrots can hardly be said to be more beautiful than the females, at least according to our taste, but they differ in such points as in having a rose-colored collar instead of a bright emeraldine narrow green collar, or in the male having a black collar instead of a yellow demi-collar in front, with a pale roseate instead of a plum blue head. As so many male birds have elongated tail feathers or elongated crests for their chief ornament, the shortened tail, formerly described in the male of a hummingbird, and the shortened crest of the male goosander, seem like one of the many changes of fashion which we admire in our own dresses. Some members of the heron family offer a still more curious case of novelty in coloring, having, as it appears, been appreciated for the sake of novelty. The young of the Ardea asha are white, the adults being dark slate-colored, and not only the young, but the adults in their winter plumage of the allied Buphus coromandus are white, this color changing into a rich golden buff during the breeding season. It is incredible that the young of these two species, as well as of some other members of the same family, the young of Ardea rufescens and A. caerulea of the United States, are likewise white, the adults being colored in accordance with their specific names. Audubon seems rather pleased at the thought that this remarkable change of plumage will greatly disconcert the systematists, should for any special purpose have been rendered pure white and thus made conspicuous to their enemies, or that the adults of one of these two species should have been specially rendered white during the winter in a country which is never covered with snow. On the other hand, we have good reason to believe that whiteness has been gained by many birds as a sexual ornament. We may therefore conclude that some early progenitor of the Ardea asha and the Buphus acquired a white plumage for nuptial purposes, and transmitted this color to their young, so that the young and the old became white, like certain existing egrets, and that the whiteness was afterwards retained by the young, whilst it was exchanged by the adults for more strongly pronounced tints. But if we could look still further back to the still earlier progenitors of these two species, we should probably see the adults dark-colored. I infer that this would be the case from the analogy of many other birds, which are dark whilst young, and when adult are white, and more especially from the case of the Ardea gularis, the colors of which are the reverse of those of A. asha, for the young are dark-colored, and the adults white, the young having retained a former state of plumage. It appears, therefore, that during a long line of descent, the adult progenitors of the Ardea asha, the Buphus, and some allies, have undergone the following changes of color: first, a dark shade; secondly, pure white; and thirdly, owing to another change of fashion, if I may so express myself, their present slaty, reddish, or golden buff tints. These successive changes are intelligible only on the principle of novelty having been admired by birds for its own sake. Several writers have objected to the whole theory of sexual selection, by assuming that with animals and savages the taste of the female for certain colors or other ornaments would not remain constant for many generations, that first one color and then another would be admired, and consequently that no permanent effect could be produced. We may admit that taste is fluctuating, but it is not quite arbitrary. It depends much on habit, as we see in mankind, and we may infer that this would hold good with birds and other animals. Even in our own dress, the general character lasts long, and the changes are to a certain extent graduated. Abundant evidence will be given in two places in a future chapter that savages of many races have admired for many generations the same cicatrices on the skin, the same hideously perforated lips, nostrils, or ears, distorted heads, etc., and these deformities present some analogy to the natural ornaments of various animals. Nevertheless, with savages such fashions do not endure forever, as we may infer from the differences in this respect between allied tribes on the same continent. So again, the raisers of fancy animals certainly have admired for many generations, and still admire the same breeds. They earnestly desire slight changes, which are considered as improvements, but any great or sudden change is looked at as the greatest blemish. With birds in a state of nature, we have no reason to suppose that they would admire an entirely new style of coloration, even if great and sudden variations often occurred, which is far from being the case. We know that the dovecot pigeons do not willingly associate with the variously colored fancy breeds, that albino birds do not commonly get partners in marriage, and that the black ravens of the Faroe Islands chase away their piebald brethren. But this dislike of a sudden change would not preclude their appreciating slight changes, any more than it does in the case of man. Hence, with respect to taste, which depends on many elements, but partly on habit and partly on a love of novelty, there seems no improbability in animals admiring for a very long period the same general style of ornamentation or other attractions, and yet appreciating slight changes in colors, form, or sound. Summary of the 4 chapters on birds. Most male birds are highly pugnacious during the breeding season, and some possess weapons adapted for fighting with their rivals. But the most pugnacious and the best armed males rarely or never depend for success solely on their power to drive away or kill their rivals, but have special means for charming the female. With some it is the power of song, or of giving forth strange cries, or instrumental music, and the males in consequence differ from the females in their vocal organs, or in the structure of certain feathers. From the curiously diversified means for producing various sounds, we gain a high idea of the importance of this means of courtship. Many birds endeavor to charm the females by love dances or antics performed on the ground or in the air, and sometimes as prepared places. But ornaments of many kinds, the most brilliant tints, combs and wattles, beautiful plumes, elongated feathers, topknots, and so forth, are by far the commonest means. In some cases mere novelty appears to have acted as a charm. The ornaments of the males must be highly important to them, for they have been acquired in not a few cases at the cost of increased danger from enemies, and even at some loss of power in fighting with their rivals. The males of very many species do not assume their ornamental dress until they arrive at maturity, or they assume it only during the breeding season, or the tints then become more vivid. Certain ornamental appendages become enlarged, turgid, and brightly colored during the act of courtship. The males display their charms with elaborate care and to the best effect, and this is done in the presence of the females. The courtship is sometimes a prolonged affair, and many males and females congregate at an appointed place. To suppose that the females do not appreciate the beauty of the males is to admit that their splendid decorations, all their pomp and display, are useless, and this is incredible. Birds have fine powers of discrimination, and in some few instances it can be shown that they have a taste for the beautiful. The females, moreover, are known occasionally to exhibit a marked preference or antipathy for certain individual males. If it be admitted that the females prefer, or are unconsciously excited by, the more beautiful males, then the males would slowly but surely be rendered more and more attractive through sexual selection. That it is the sex which has been chiefly modified, we may infer from the fact that, in almost every genus where the sexes differ, the males differ much more from one another than do the females. This is well shown in certain closely allied representative species, in which the females can hardly be distinguished, whilst the males are quite distinct. Birds in a state of nature offer individual differences, which would amply suffice for the work of sexual selection. But we have seen that they occasionally present more strongly marked variations which recur so frequently that they would immediately be fixed if they served to allure the female. The laws of variation must determine the nature of the initial changes, and will have largely influenced the final result. The gradations which may be observed between males of allied species indicate the nature of the steps through which they have passed. They explain also in the most interesting manner how certain characters have originated, such as the indented ocelli on the tail feathers of the peacock, and the ball and socket ocelli on the wing feathers of the Argus pheasant. It is evident that the brilliant colors, topknots, fine plumes, etc., of many male birds cannot have been acquired as a protection. Indeed, they sometimes lead to danger. That they are not due to the direct and definite action of the conditions of life, we may feel assured, because the females have been exposed to the same conditions, and yet often differ from the males to an extreme degree. Although it is probable that changed conditions, acting during a lengthened period, have in some cases produced a definite effect on both sexes, or sometimes on one sex alone, the more important result will have been an increased tendency to vary or to present more strongly marked individual differences, and such differences will have afforded an excellent groundwork for the action of sexual selection. The laws of inheritance, irrespectively of selection, appear to have determined whether the characters acquired by the males for the sake of ornament, for producing various sounds, and for fighting together, have been transmitted to the males alone or to both sexes, either permanently or periodically during certain seasons of the year. Why various characters should have been transmitted, sometimes in one way and sometimes in another, is not in most cases known, but the period of variability seems often to have been the determining cause. When the two sexes have inherited all characters in common, they necessarily resemble each other, but as the successive variations may be differently transmitted, every possible gradation may be found, even within the same genus, from the closest similarity to the widest dissimilarity between the sexes. With many closed allied species, following nearly the same habits of life, the males have come to differ from each other chiefly through the action of sexual selection, whilst the females have come to differ chiefly from partaking more or less of the characters thus acquired by the males. The effects, moreover, of the definite action of the conditions of life will not have been masked in the females as in the males, by the accumulation through sexual selection of strongly pronounced colors and other ornaments. The individuals of both sexes, however affected, will have been kept at each successive period nearly uniform by the free intercrossing of many individuals. With species in which the sexes differ in color, it is possible or probable that some of the successive variations often tended to be transmitted equally to both sexes, but that when this occurred the females were prevented from acquiring the bright colors of the males by the destruction which they suffered during incubation. There is no evidence that it is possible by natural selection to convert one form of transmission into another, but there would not be the least difficulty in rendering a female dull-colored, the male being still kept bright-colored, by the selection of successive variations, which were from the first limited in their transmission to the same sex. Whether the females of many species have actually been thus modified must at present remain doubtful. When, through the law of the equal transmission of characters to both sexes, the females were rendered as conspicuously colored as the males, their instincts appear often to have been modified so that they were led to build domed or concealed nests. In one small and curious class of cases, the characters and habits of the two sexes have been completely transposed, for the females are larger, stronger, more vociferous, and brightly colored than the males. They have also become so quarrelsome that they often fight together for the possession of the males, like the males of other pugnacious species for the possession of the females. If, as seems probable, such females habitually drive away their rivals, and by the display of their bright colors or other charms endeavor to attract the males, we can understand how it is that they have gradually been rendered, by sexual selection and sexually limited transmission, more beautiful than the males, the latter being left unmodified or only slightly modified. Whenever the law of inheritance at corresponding ages prevails, but not that of sexually limited transmission, then if the parents vary late in life, and we know that this constantly occurs with our poultry, and occasionally with other birds, the young will be left unaffected, whilst the adults of both sexes will be modified. If both these laws of inheritance prevail, and either sex varies late in life, that sex alone will be modified, the other sex and the young being unaffected. When variations in brightness or in other conspicuous characters occur early in life, as no doubt often happens, they will not be acted on through sexual selection until the period of reproduction arrives. Consequently, if dangerous to the young, they will be eliminated through natural selection. Thus we can understand how it is that variations arising late in life have so often been preserved for the ornamentation of the males, the females and the young being left almost unaffected, and therefore like each other. With species having a distinct summer and winter plumage, the males of which either resemble or differ from the females during both seasons or during the summer alone, the degrees and kinds of resemblance between the young and the old are exceedingly complex, and this complexity apparently depends on characters first acquired by the males, being transmitted in various ways and degrees as limited by age, sex, and season. As the young of so many species have been but little modified in color and in other ornaments, we are enabled to form some judgment with respect to the plumage of their early progenitors, and we may infer that the beauty of our existing species, if we look to the whole class, has been largely increased since that period, of which the immature plumage gives us an indirect record. Many birds, especially those which live much on the ground, have undoubtedly been obscurely colored for the sake of protection. In some instances, the upper exposed surface of the plumage has been thus colored in both sexes, whilst the lower surface in the males alone has been variously ornamented through sexual selection. Finally, from the facts given in these 4 chapters, we may conclude that weapons for battle, organs for producing sound, ornaments of many kinds, bright and conspicuous colors, have generally been acquired by the males through variation and sexual selection, and have been transmitted in various ways according to the several laws of inheritance, the females and the young being left comparatively but little modified. I am greatly indebted to the kindness of Mr. Sclater for having looked over these 4 chapters on birds, and the 2 following ones on mammals. In this way I have been saved from making mistakes about the names of the species, and from stating anything as a fact which is known to this distinguished naturalist to be erroneous. But of Section 25 of The Descent of Man, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Guido. The Descent of Man, Part 2, by Charles Darwin. Chapter 17, Secondary Sexual Characters of Mammals, Part 1. The law of battle, special weapons confined to males, cause of absence of weapons in the female, weapons common to both sexes, yet primarily acquired by the male, other uses of such weapons, their high importance, greater size of the male, means of defense, on the preference shown by either sex in the pairing of quadrupeds. With mammals, the male appears to win the female much more through the law of battle than through the display of his charms. The most timid animals, not provided with any special weapons for fighting, engage in desperate conflicts during the season of love. 2 male hares have been seen to fight together until one was killed. Male moles often fight, and sometimes with fatal results. Male squirrels engage in frequent contests, and often wound each other severely, as do male beavers, so that hardly a skin is without scars. I observed the same fact with the hides of the guanacos of Patagonia, and on one occasion several were so absorbed in fighting that they fearlessly rushed close by me. Livingstone speaks of the males of the many animals in southern Africa, as almost invariably showing the scars received in former contests. The law of battle prevails with aquatic as with terrestrial animals. It is notorious how desperately male seals fight, both with their teeth and claws, during the breeding season, and their hides are likewise often covered with scars. Male sperm whales are very jealous at this season, and in their battles they often lock their jaws together and turn on their sides and twist about, so that their lower jaws often become distorted. All male animals which are furnished with special weapons for fighting are well known to engage in fierce battles. The courage and the desperate conflicts of stags have often been described. Their skeletons have been found in various parts of the world, with the horns inextricably locked together, showing how miserably the victor and vanquished had perished. On the locking of the horns with the Cervus elaphus, Richardson, in Fauna Bor. Americana, 1829, page 252, says that the wapiti moose and reindeer have been found thus locked together. Sir A. Smith found at the Cape of Good Hope the skeletons of 2 gnus in the same condition. No animal in the world is so dangerous as an elephant in must. Lord Tankerville has given me a graphic description of the battles between the wild bulls in Chillingham Park, the descendants, generated in size but not in courage, of the gigantic Bos primigenius. In 1861 several contended for mastery, and it was observed that 2 of the younger bulls attacked in concert the old leader of the herd, overthrew and disabled him, so that he was believed by the keepers to be lying mortally wounded in a neighboring wood. But a few days afterwards one of the young bulls approached the wood alone, and then the monarch of the chase, who had been lashing himself up for vengeance, came out, and in a short time killed his antagonist. He then quietly joined the herd, and long held undisputed sway. Admiral Sir B.J. Sullivan informs me that when he lived in the Falkland Islands he imported a young English stallion, which frequented the hills near Port William with 8 mares. On these hills there were 2 wild stallions, each with a small troop of mares, and it is certain that these stallions would never have approached each other without fighting. Both had tried singly to fight the English horse and drive away his mares, but had failed. One day they came in together and attacked him. This was seen by the captain who had charge of the horses, and who, on riding to the spot, found one of the 2 stallions engaged with the English horse, whilst the other was driving away the mares, and had already separated 4 from the rest. The captain settled the matter by driving the whole party into the corral, for the wild stallions would not leave the mares. Male animals which are provided with efficient cutting or tearing teeth for the ordinary purposes of life, such as the carnivora, insectivora, and rodents, are seldom furnished with weapons especially adapted for fighting with their rivals. The case is very different with the males of many other animals. We see this in the horns of stags and of certain kinds of antelopes, in which the females are hornless. With many animals, the canine teeth in the upper or lower jaw, or in both, are much larger in the males than in the females, or are absent in the latter, with the exception sometimes of a hidden rudiment. Certain antelopes, the musk deer, camel, horse, boar, various apes, seals, and the walrus offer instances. In the females of the walrus the tusks are sometimes quite absent. Mr. Lamont says that a good tusk of the male walrus weighs 4 pounds, and is longer than that of the female, which weighs about 3 pounds. The males are described as fighting ferociously. In the male elephant of India, and in the male dugong, the upper incisors form offensive weapons. In the male narwhal, the left canine alone is developed into the well-known spirally twisted so-called horn, which is sometimes from 9 to 10 feet in length. It is believed that the males use these horns for fighting together, for an unbroken one can rarely be got, and occasionally one may be found with the point of another jammed into the broken place. The tooth on the opposite side of the head in the male consists of a rudiment about 10 inches in length, which is embedded in the jaw, but sometimes, though rarely, both are equally developed on the two sides. In the female both are always rudimentary. The male cachalot has a larger head than that of the female, and it no doubt aids him in his aquatic battles. Lastly, the adult male Ornithorhynchus is provided with a remarkable apparatus, namely a spur on the foreleg, closely resembling the poison fang of a venomous snake. But according to Harding, the secretion from the gland is not poisonous, and on the leg of the female there is a hollow apparently for the reception of the spur. When the males are provided with weapons which in the females are absent, there can be hardly a doubt that these serve for fighting with other males, and that they were acquired through sexual selection, and were transmitted to the male sex alone. It is not probable, at least in most cases, that the females have been prevented from acquiring such weapons on account of their being useless, superfluous, or in some way injurious. On the contrary, as they are often used by the males for various purposes, more especially as a defense against their enemies, it is a surprising fact that they are so poorly developed or quite absent in the females of so many animals. With female deer the development during each recurrent season of great branching horns, and with female elephants the development of immense tusks, would be a great waste of vital power, supposing that they were of no use to the females. Consequently, they would have tended to be eliminated in the female through natural selection, that is, if the successive variations were limited in their transmission to the female sex, for otherwise the weapons of the males would have been injuriously affected, and this would have been a greater evil. On the whole, and from the consideration of the following facts, it seems probable that when the various weapons differ in the two sexes, this has generally depended on the kind of transmission which has prevailed. As the reindeer is the one species in the whole family of deer in which the female is furnished with horns, though they are somewhat smaller, thinner, and less branched than in the male, it might naturally be thought that at least in this case they must be of some special service to her. The female retains her horns from the time when they are fully developed, namely in September, throughout the winter until April or May, when she brings forth her young. Mr. Crotch made particular inquiries for me in Norway, and it appears that the females at this season conceal themselves for about a fortnight in order to bring forth their young, and then reappear, generally hornless. In Nova Scotia, however, as I hear from Mr. H. Reeks, the female sometimes retains her horns longer. The male, on the other hand, casts his horns much earlier, towards the end of November. As both sexes have the same requirements and follow the same habits of life, and as the male is destitute of horns during the winter, it is improbable that they can be of any special service to the female during this season, which includes the larger part of the time during which she is horned. Nor is it probable that she can have inherited horns from some ancient progenitor of the family of deer, for from the fact of the females of so many species in all quarters of the globe not having horns, we may conclude that this was the primordial character of the group. The horns of the reindeer are developed at a most unusually early age, but what the cause of this may be is not known. The effect has apparently been the transference of the horns to both sexes. we should bear in mind that horns are always transmitted through the female, and that she has a latent capacity for their development, as we see in old and diseased females. Other masculine characters besides the horns are sometimes similarly transferred to the female. Thus Mr. Boner, in speaking of an old female chamois, says, "Not only was the head very male-looking, but along the back there was a ridge of long hair, usually to be found only in bucks." Moreover, the females of some other species of deer exhibit, either normally or occasionally, rudiments of horns. Thus the female of Cervulus moschatus has bristly tufts ending in a knob instead of a horn, and in most specimens of the female wapiti, Cervus canadensis, there is a sharp bony protuberance in the place of the horn. From these several considerations we may conclude that the possession of fairly well-developed horns by the female reindeer is due to the males having first acquired them as weapons for fighting with other males, and secondarily to their development from some unknown cause at an unusually early age in the males, and their consequent transference to both sexes. Turning to the sheath-horned ruminants, with antelopes a graduated series can be formed, beginning with species, the females of which are completely destitute of horns, passing on to those which have horns so small as to be almost rudimentary, as with the Antilocapra americana, in which species they are present in only 1 out of 4 or 5 females, to those who have fairly developed horns, but manifestly smaller and thinner than in the male, and sometimes of a different shape. For instance, the horns of the female ant Euchore resemble those of a distinct species, that is, the ant Dorcas var. Corinne, and ending with those in which both sexes have horns of equal size. As with the reindeer, so with antelopes, there exists, as previously shown, a relation between the period of the development of the horns and their transmission to one or both sexes. It is therefore probable that their presence or absence in the females of some species, and their more or less perfect condition in the females of other species, depends not on their being of any special use, but simply on inheritance. It accords with this view that even in the same restricted genus both sexes of some species and the males alone of others are thus provided. It is also a remarkable fact that although the females of Antilope bezoartica are normally destitute of horns, Mr. Blyth has seen no less than 3 females thus furnished, and there was no reason to suppose that they were old or diseased. In all the wild species of goats and sheep the horns are larger in the male than in the female, and are sometimes quite absent in the latter. In several domestic breeds of these two animals, the males alone are furnished with horns, and in some breeds, for instance in the sheep of North Wales, though both sexes are properly horned, the ewes are very liable to be hornless. I have been informed by a trustworthy witness who purposely inspected a flock of these same sheep during the lambing season, that the horns at birth are generally more fully developed in the male than in the female. Mr. J. Peel crossed his long sheep, both sexes of which always bear horns, with hornless Leicesters and hornless Shropshire Downs, and the result was that the male offspring had their horns considerably reduced, while the females were wholly destitute of them. These several facts indicate that with sheep the horns are a much less firmly fixed character in the females than in the males, and this leads us to look at the horns as properly of masculine origin. With the adult musk ox, Ovibos moschatus, the horns of the male are larger than those of the female, and in the latter the bases do not touch. In regard to ordinary cattle, Mr. Blyth remarks, "In most of the wild bovine animals the horns are both longer and thicker in the bull than in the cow, and in the cow Bontang (Bos sundicus) the horns are remarkably small, and inclined much backwards. In the domestic races of cattle, both of the humped and humpless types, the horns are short and thick in the bull, longer and more slender in the cow and ox; and in the Indian buffalo they are shorter and thicker in the bull, longer and more slender in the cow. In the wild gaur (B. gaurus) the horns are mostly both longer and thicker in the bull than in the cow." Dr. Forsyth Major also informs me that a fossil skull believed to be that of the female Bos etruscus has been found in Val d'Arno, which is wholly without horns. In the Rhinoceros simus, as I might add, the horns of the female are generally longer but less powerful than in the male, and in some other species of rhinoceros they are said to be shorter in the female. From these various facts we may infer as probable that horns of all kinds, even when they are equally developed in the two sexes, were primarily acquired by the male in order to conquer other males, and have been transferred more or less completely to the female. The effects of castration deserve notice as throwing light on this same point. Stags after the operation never renew their horns. The male reindeer, however, must be excepted, as after castration he does renew them. This fact, as well as the possession of horns by both sexes, seems at first to prove that the horns in this species do not constitute a sexual character, but as they are developed at a very early age before the sexes differ in constitution, it is not surprising that they should be unaffected by castration, even if they were aboriginally acquired by the male. With sheep both sexes properly bear horns, and I am informed that with Welsh sheep the horns of the males are considerably reduced by castration, but the degree depends much on the age at which the operation is performed, as is likewise the case with other animals. Merino rams have large horns, whilst the ewes, generally speaking, are without horns, and in this breed castration seems to produce a somewhat greater effect, so that if performed at an early age the horns remain almost undeveloped. I am much obliged to Professor Victor Carus for having made inquiries for me in Saxony on this subject. H. von Nathusius says that the horns of sheep castrated at an early period either altogether disappear or remain as mere rudiments, but I do not know whether he refers to merinos or to ordinary breeds. On the Guinea coast there is a breed in which the females never bear horns, and as Mr. Winwood Reade informs me, the rams after castration are quite destitute of them. With cattle, the horns of the males are much altered by castration, for instead of being short and thick, they become longer than those of the cow, but otherwise resemble them. The antelope bezoartica offers a somewhat analogous case. The males have long, straight, spiral horns, nearly parallel to each other, and directed backwards. The females occasionally bear horns, but these, when present, are of a very different shape, for they are not spiral, and spreading widely, bend round with the points forwards. Now it is a remarkable fact that in the castrated male, as Mr. Blyth informs me, the horns are of the same peculiar shape as in the female, but longer and thicker. If we may judge from analogy, the female probably shows us, in these two cases of cattle and the antelope, the former condition of the horns in some early progenitor of each species. But why castration should lead to the reappearance of an early condition of the horns cannot be explained with any certainty. Nevertheless, it seems probable that in nearly the same manner as the constitutional disturbance in the offspring caused by a cross between two distinct species or races often leads to the reappearance of long-lost characters. I have given various experiments and other evidence proving that this is the case in my variation of animals and plants under domestication. So here the disturbance in the constitution of the individual resulting from castration produces the same effect. The tusks of the elephant in the different species or races differ according to sex, nearly as do the horns of ruminants. In India and Malacca the males alone are provided with well-developed tusks. The elephant of Ceylon is considered by most naturalists as a distinct race, but by some as a distinct species, and here not 1 in 100 is found with tusks, the few that possess them being exclusively males. The African elephant is undoubtedly distinct, and the female has large, well-developed tusks, though not so large as those of the male. These differences in the tusks of the several races and species of elephants, the great variability of the horns of deer, as notably in the wild reindeer, the occasional presence of horns in the female antelope bezoartica, and their frequent absence in the female of Antilocapra americana, the presence of 2 tusks in some few male narwhals, the complete absence of tusks in some female walruses, are all instances of the extreme variability of secondary sexual characters, and of their liability to differ in closely allied forms. Although tusks and horns appear in all cases to have been primarily developed as sexual weapons, they often serve other purposes. The elephant uses his tusks in attacking the tiger. According to Bruce, he scores the trunks of trees until they can be thrown down easily, and he likewise thus extracts farinaceous cores of palms. In Africa he often uses one tusk, always the same, to probe the ground and thus ascertain whether it will bear his weight. The common bull defends the herd with his horns, and the elk in Sweden has been known, according to Lloyd, to strike a wolf dead with a single blow of his great horns. Many similar facts could be given. One of the most curious secondary uses to which the horns of an animal may be occasionally put is that observed by Captain Hutton with the wild goat, Capra aegagrus, of the Himalayas, and as it is also said with the ibex, namely that, when the male accidentally falls from a height, he bends inward his head, and by alighting on his massive horns, breaks the shock. The female cannot thus use her horns, which are smaller, but from her more quiet disposition she does not need this strange kind of shield so much. Each male animal uses his weapons in his own peculiar fashion. The common ram makes a charge and butts with such force with the bases of his horns that I have seen a powerful man knocked over like a child. Goats and certain species of sheep, for instance the Ovis cycloceros of Afghanistan, rear on their hind legs and then not only butt, but make a cut down and jerk up with the ribbed front of their scimitar-shaped horn as with a saber. When the O. cycloceros attacked a large domestic ram who was a noted bruiser, he conquered him by the sheer novelty of his mode of fighting, always closing at once with his adversary and catching him across the face and nose with a sharp drawing jerk of the head, and then bounding out of the way before the blow could be returned. In Pembrokeshire, a male goat, the master of a flock which during several generations had run wild, was known to have killed several males in single combat. This goat possessed enormous horns, measuring 39 inches in a straight line from tip to tip. The common bull, as everyone knows, gores and tosses his opponent, but the Italian buffalo is said never to use his horns. He gives a tremendous blow with his convex forehead, and then tramples on his fallen enemy with his knees, an instinct which the common bull does not possess. Hence a dog who pins a buffalo by the nose is immediately crushed. We must, however, remember that the Italian buffalo has been long domesticated, and it is by no means certain that the wild parent form had similar horns. Mr. Bartlett informs me that when a female Cape buffalo, Bubalus caffer, was turned into an enclosure with a bull of the same species, she attacked him, and he in return pushed her about with great violence. But it was manifest to Mr. Bartlett that had not the bull shown dignified forbearance, he could easily have killed her by a single lateral thrust with his immense horns. The giraffe uses his short, hair-covered horns, which are rather longer in the male than in the female, in a curious manner, for with his long neck he swings his head to either side, almost upside down, with such force that I have seen a hard plank deeply indented by a single blow. With antelopes it is sometimes difficult to imagine how they can possibly use their curiously shaped horns. Thus the springbok, Ant. euchore, has rather short, upright horns, with the sharp points bent inwards, almost at right angles, so as to face each other. Mr. Bartlett does not know how they are used, but suggests that they would inflict a fearful wound down each side of the face of an antagonist. The slightly curved horns of the Oryx leucoryx are directed backwards, and are of such length that their points reach beyond the middle of the back, over which they extend in almost parallel lines. Thus they seem singularly ill-fitted for fighting. But Mr. Bartlett informs me that when two of these animals prepare for battle, they kneel down with their heads between their forelegs, and in this attitude the horns stand nearly parallel and close to the ground, with the points directed forwards and a little upwards. The combatants then gradually approach each other, and each endeavors to get the upturned points under the body of the other. If one succeeds in doing this, he suddenly springs up, throwing up his head at the same time, and can thus wound or perhaps even transfix his antagonist. Both animals always kneel down, so as to guard as far as possible against this maneuver. It has been recorded that one of these antelopes has used his horn with effect even against a lion. Yet from being forced to place his head between the forelegs in order to bring the points of the horns forward, he would generally be under a great disadvantage when attacked by any other animal. It is therefore not probable that the horns have been modified into their present great length and peculiar position as a protection against beasts of prey. We can, however, see that as soon as some ancient male progenitor of the oryx acquired moderately long horns, directed a little backwards, he would be compelled, in his battles with rival males, to bend his head somewhat inwards or downwards, as is now done by certain stags, and it is not improbable that he might have acquired the habit of at first occasionally and afterwards of regularly kneeling down. In this case it is almost certain that the males which possessed the longest horns would have had a great advantage over others with shorter horns, and then the horns would gradually have been rendered longer and longer through sexual selection until they acquired their present extraordinary length and position. With stags of many kinds the branches of the horns offer a curious case of difficulty, for certainly a single straight point would inflict a much more serious wound than several diverging ones. In Sir Philip Egerton's museum there is a horn of the red deer, Cervus elaphus, 30 inches in length, with not fewer than 15 snags or branches, and at Moritzburg there is still preserved a pair of antlers of a red deer shot in 1699 by Frederick I, one of which bears the astonishing number of 33 branches, and the other 27, making altogether 60 branches. Richardson figures a pair of antlers of the wild reindeer with 29 points. From the manner in which the horns are branched, and more especially from deer being known occasionally to fight together by kicking with their forefeet, says that the American deer fight with their forefeet after the question of superiority has once been settled and acknowledged in the herd. M. Bailey actually comes to the conclusion that their horns are more injurious than useful to them, but this author overlooks the pitched battles between rival males. As I felt much perplexed about the use or advantage of these branches, I applied to Mr. McNeill of Colonsay, who has long and carefully observed the habits of red deer, and he informs me that he has never seen some of the branches brought into use, but that the brow antlers, from inclining downwards, are a great protection to the forehead, and their points are likewise used in attack. Sir Philip Egerton also informs me, both as to red deer and fallow deer, that in fighting they suddenly dash together, and getting their horns fixed against each other's bodies, a desperate struggle ensues. When one is at last forced to yield and turn around, the victor endeavors to plunge his brow antlers into his defeated foe. It thus appears that the upper branches are used chiefly or exclusively for pushing and fencing. Nevertheless, in some species the upper branches are used as weapons of offense. When a man was attacked by a wapiti deer (Cervus canadensis) in Judge Caton's Park in Ottawa, and several men tried to rescue him, the stag never raised his head from the ground, and in fact kept his face almost flat on the ground, with his nose nearly between his forefeet, except when he rolled his head to one side to make a new observation preparatory to a plunge. In this position the ends of the horns were directed against his adversaries. In rolling his head he necessarily raised it somewhat, because his antlers were so long that he could not roll his head without raising them on one side, while on the other side they touched the ground. The stag by this procedure gradually drove the party of rescuers backwards to a distance of 150 or 200 feet, and the attacked man was killed. Although the horns of stags are efficient weapons, there can, I think, be no doubt that a single point would have been much more dangerous than a branched antler, and Judge Caton, who has had large experience with deer, fully concurs in this conclusion. Nor do the branching horns, though highly important as a means of defense against rival stags, appear perfectly well adapted for this purpose, as they are liable to become interlocked. The suspicion has therefore crossed my mind that they may serve in part as ornaments, that the branched antlers of stags, as well as the elegant lyrated horns of certain antelopes, with their graceful double curvature, are ornamental in our eyes, no one will dispute. If, then, the horns, like the splendid accoutrements of the knights of old, add to the noble appearance of stags and antelopes, they may have been modified partly for this purpose, though mainly for actual service in battle. But I have no evidence in favor of this belief. An interesting case has lately been published, from which it appears that the horns of a deer in one district in the United States are now being modified through sexual and natural selection. A writer in an excellent American journal says that he has hunted for the last 21 years in the Adirondacks, where the Cervus virginianus abounds. About 14 years ago he first heard of spike-horn bucks. These became from year to year more common. About 5 years ago he shot one, and afterwards another, and now they are frequently killed. The spike-horn differs greatly from the common antler of the C. virginianus. It consists of a single spike more slender than the antler, and scarcely half so long, projecting forward from the brow, and terminating in a very sharp point. It gives a considerable advantage to its possessor over the common buck, besides enabling him to run more swiftly through the thick woods and underbrush. Every hunter knows that does and yearling bucks run much more rapidly than the large bucks when armed with their cumbrous antlers. The spike-horn is a more effective weapon than the common antler. With this advantage the spike-horn bucks are gaining upon the common bucks, and may in time entirely supersede them in the Adirondacks. Undoubtedly the first spike-horn buck was merely an accidental freak of nature, but his spike-horns gave him an advantage and enabled him to propagate his peculiarity. His descendants, having a like advantage, have propagated the peculiarity in a constantly increasing ratio, till they are slowly crowding the antlered deer from the region they inhabit. A critic has well objected to this account by asking, why, if the simple horns are now so advantageous, were the branched antlers of the parent form ever developed? To this I can only answer by remarking that a new mode of attack with the new weapons might be a great advantage, as shown by the case of the Ovis cycloceros, who thus conquered a domestic ram famous for his fighting power. Though the branched antlers of a stag are well adapted for fighting with his rivals, and though it might be an advantage to the prong-horned variety slowly to acquire long and branched horns if he had to fight only with others of the same kind, yet it by no means follows that branched horns would be the best fitted for conquering a foe differently armed. In the foregoing case of the Oryx leucoryx, it is almost certain that the victory would rest with an antelope having short horns, and who therefore did not need to kneel down, though an oryx might profit by having still longer horns if he fought only with his proper rivals. Section 26 of The Descent of Man, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Descent of Man, Part 2, by Charles Darwin. Chapter 17. Secondary Sexual Characters of Mammals, Part 2. Male quadrupeds, which are furnished with tusks, use them in various ways, as in the case of horns. The boar strikes laterally and upwards, the musk deer downwards with serious effect. The walrus, though having so short a neck and so unwieldy a body, can strike either upwards or downwards or sideways with equal dexterity. I was informed by the late Dr. Falconer that the Indian elephant fights in a different manner according to the position and curvature of his tusks. When they are directed forwards and upwards, he is able to fling a tiger to a great distance, it is said to even 30 feet. When they are short and turned downwards, he endeavors suddenly to pin the tiger to the ground, and in consequence is dangerous to the rider, who is liable to be jerked off the howdah. See also course on the manner in which the short-tusked Mukna variety attacks other elephants. Very few male quadrupeds possess weapons of two distinct kinds specially adapted for fighting with rival males. The male muntjac deer, Cervulus, however, offers an exception, as he is provided with horns and exserted canine teeth, but we may infer from what follows that one form of weapon has often been replaced in the course of ages by another.
With ruminants, the development of horns generally stands in an inverse relation with that of even moderately developed canine teeth. Thus camels, guanacos, chevrotains, and musk deer are hornless, and they have efficient canines, these teeth being always of smaller size in the females than in the males. The camelidae have, in addition to their true canines, a pair of canine-shaped incisors in their upper jaws. Male deer and antelopes, on the other hand, possess horns, and they rarely have canine teeth, and these, when present, are always of small size, so that it is doubtful whether they are of any service in their battles. In Antilope montana they exist only as rudiments in the young male, disappearing as he grows old, and they are absent in the female at all ages. But the females of certain other antelopes and of certain deer have been known occasionally to exhibit rudiments of these teeth or canines in an adult female deer. In old males of the musk deer the canines sometimes grow to the length of 3 inches, whilst in old females a rudiment projects scarcely half an inch above the gums. Stallions have small canine teeth, which are either quite absent or rudimentary in the mare. But they do not appear to be used in fighting, for stallions bite with their incisors, and do not open their mouths wide, like camels and guanacos. Whenever the adult male possesses canines, now inefficient, whilst the female has either none or mere rudiments, we may conclude that the early male progenitor of the species was provided with efficient canines, which have been partially transferred to the females. The reduction of these teeth in the males seems to have followed from some change in their manner of fighting, often, but not in the horse, caused by the development of new weapons. Tusks and horns are manifestly of high importance to their possessors, for their development consumes much organized matter. A single tusk of the Asiatic elephant, one of the extinct woolly species, and of the African elephant, have been known to weigh respectively 150, 160, and 180 pounds, and even greater weights have been given by some authors. With deer, in which the horns are periodically renewed, the drain on the constitution must be greater. The horns, for instance, of the moose weigh from 50 to 60 pounds, and those of the extinct Irish elk from 60 to 70 pounds. The skull of the latter weighing on an average only 5 pounds and a quarter. Although the horns are not periodically renewed in sheep, yet their development, in the opinion of many agriculturalists, entails a sensible loss to the breeder. Stags, moreover, in escaping from beasts of prey, are loaded with an additional weight for the race, and are greatly retarded in passing through a woody country. The moose, for instance, with horns extending 5½ feet from tip to tip, although so skilful in their use that he will not touch or break a twig when walking quietly, cannot act so dexterously whilst rushing away from a pack of wolves. During his progress he holds his nose up so as to lay the horns horizontally back, and in this attitude cannot see the ground distinctly. The tips of the horns of the great Irish elk were actually 8 feet apart. Whilst the horns are covered with velvet, which lasts with red deer for about 12 weeks, they are extremely sensitive to a blow, so that in Germany the stags at this time somewhat change their habits, and avoid dense forests, frequent young woods, and low thickets. These facts remind us that male birds have acquired ornamental plumes at the cost of retarded flight, and other ornaments at the cost of some loss of power in their battles with rival males. With mammals, when, as is often the case, the sexes differ in size, the males are almost always larger and stronger. I am informed by Mr. Gould that this holds good in a marked manner with the marsupials of Australia, the males of which appear to continue growing until an unusually late age. But the most extraordinary case is that of one of the seals, Calorhinus ursinus, a full-grown female weighing less than 1/6 of a full-grown male. Dr. Gill remarks that it is with the polygamous seals, the males of which are well known to fight savagely together, that the sexes differ much in size, the monogamous species differing but little. Whales also afford evidence of the relation existing between the pugnacity of the males and their large size, compared with that of the female. The males of the right whales do not fight together, and they are not larger, but rather smaller, than their females. On the other hand, male sperm whales fight much together, and their bodies are often found scarred with the imprint of their rivals' teeth, and they are double the size of the females. The greater strength of the male, as Hunter long ago remarked, is invariably displayed in those parts of the body which are brought into action in fighting with rival males, for instance, in the massive neck of the bull. Male quadrupeds are also more courageous and pugnacious than the females. There can be little doubt that these characters have been gained, partly through sexual selection, owing to a long series of victories, by the stronger and more courageous males over the weaker, and partly through the inherited effects of use. It is probable that the successive variations in strength, size, and courage, whether due to mere variability or to the effects of use, by the accumulation of which male quadrupeds have acquired these characteristic qualities, occurred rather late in life, and were consequently to a large extent limited in their transmission to the same sex. From these considerations I was anxious to obtain information as to the Scotch Deerhound, the sexes of which differ more in size than those of any other breed, though bloodhounds differ considerably, or than in any wild canine species known to me. Accordingly, I applied to Mr. Cupples, well known for his success with this breed, who has weighed and measured many of his own dogs, and who has with great kindness collected for me the following facts from various sources. Fine male dogs, measured at the shoulder, range from 28 inches, which is low, to 33 or even 34 inches in height, and in weight from 80 pounds, which is light, to 120 pounds or even more. The females range in height from 23 to 27 or even to 28 inches, and in weight from 50 to 70 or even 80 pounds. Much valuable information on the Scottish Deerhound is given by Mr. McNeill, who first called attention to the inequality in size between the sexes in Scrope's Art of Deer Stalking. I hope that Mr. Cupples will keep to his intention of publishing a full account and history of this famous breed. Mr. Cupples concludes that from 95 to 100 pounds for the male, and 70 for the female, would be a safe average, but there is reason to believe that formerly both sexes attained a greater weight. Mr. Cupples has weighed puppies when a fortnight old. In one litter the average weight of 4 males exceeded that of 2 females by 6½ ounces. In another litter the average weight of 4 males exceeded that of 1 female by less than 1 ounce. The same males, when 3 weeks old, exceeded the female by 7½ ounces, and at the age of 6 weeks by nearly 14 ounces. Mr. Wright, of Yeldersley House, in a letter to Mr. Cupples, says, quote, "I have taken notes on the sizes and weights of puppies of many litters, and as far as my experience goes, dog puppies, as a rule, differ very little from bitches till they arrive at about 5 or 6 months old, and then the dogs begin to increase, gaining upon the bitches both in weight and size. At birth, and for several weeks afterwards, a bitch puppy will occasionally be larger than any of the dogs, but they are invariably beaten by them later." Mr. McNeill of Colonsay concludes that the males do not attain their full growth till over 2 years old, though the females attain it sooner. According to Mr. Cupples' experience, male dogs go on growing in stature till they are from 12 to 18 months old, and in weight till from 18 to 24 months old, whilst the females cease increasing in stature at the age of from 9 to 14 or 15 months, and in weight at the age of from 12 to 15 months. From these various statements it is clear that the full difference in size between the male and female Scotch Deerhound is not acquired until rather late in life. The males almost exclusively are used for coursing, for, as Mr. McNeill informs me, the females have not sufficient strength and weight to pull down a full-grown deer. From the names used in old legends it appears, as I hear from Mr. Cupples, that at a very ancient period the males were the most celebrated, the females being mentioned only as the mothers of famous dogs. Hence during many generations it is the male which has been chiefly tested for strength, size, speed, and courage, and the best will have been bred from. As however the males do not attain their full dimensions until rather late in life, they will have tended, in accordance with the law often indicated, to transmit their characters to their male offspring alone, and thus the great inequality in size between the sexes of the Scotch Deerhound may probably be accounted for. The males of some few quadrupeds possess organs or parts developed solely as a means of defence against the attacks of other males. Some kinds of deer use, as we have seen, the upper branches of their horns chiefly or exclusively for defending themselves, and the oryx antelope, as I am informed by Mr. Bartlett, fences most skilfully with his long, gently curved horns. But these are likewise used as organs of offence. The same observer remarks that rhinoceroses, in fighting, parry each other's sidelong blows with their horns, which clatter loudly together, as do the tusks of boars. Although wild boars fight desperately, they seldom, according to Brehm, receive fatal wounds, as the blows fall on each other's tusks, or on the layer of gristly skin covering the shoulder, called by the German hunters the shield. And here we have a part specially modified for defense. With boars in the prime of life, the tusks in the lower jaw are used for fighting, but they become in old age, as Brehm states, so much curved inwards and upwards over the snout that they can no longer be used in this way. They may, however, still serve, and even more efficiently, as a means of defense. In compensation for the loss of the lower tusks as weapons of offense, those in the upper jaw, which always project a little laterally, increase in old age so much in length and curve so much upwards that they can be used for attack. Nevertheless, an old boar is not so dangerous to man as one at the age of 6 or 7 years. In the full-grown male Babirusa pig of Celebes, the lower tusks are formidable weapons, like those of the European boar in the prime of life, whilst the upper tusks are so long, and have their points so much curled inwards, sometimes even touching the forehead, that they are utterly useless as weapons of attack. They more nearly resemble horns than teeth, and are so manifestly useless as teeth that the animal was formerly supposed to rest his head by hooking them on to a branch. Their convex surfaces, however, if the head were held a little laterally, would serve as an excellent guard, and hence perhaps it is that in old animals they are generally broken off as if by fighting. Here, then, we have the curious case of the upper tusks of the Babirusa regularly assuming during the prime of life a structure which apparently renders them fitted only for defense, whilst in the European boar the lower tusks assume in a less degree, and only during old age, nearly the same form, and then serve in like manner solely for defense. In the wart-hog, C. Phacocaris aethiopicus, the tusks in the lower jaw of the male curve upwards during the prime of life, and from being pointed serve as formidable weapons. The tusks in the lower jaw are sharper than those in the upper, but from their shortness it seems hardly possible that they can be used as weapons of attack. They must, however, greatly strengthen those in the upper jaw from being ground so as to fit closely against their bases. Neither the upper nor the lower tusks appear to have been specially modified to act as guards, though no doubt they are to a certain extent used for this purpose. But the wart-hog is not destitute of other special means of protection, for it has on each side of the face beneath the eyes a rather stiff yet flexible cartilaginous oblong pad, which projects 2 or 3 inches outwards, and it appears to Mr. Bartlett and myself, when viewing the living animal, that these pads, when struck from beneath by the tusks of an opponent, would be turned upwards, and would thus admirably protect the somewhat prominent eyes. I may add, on the authority of Mr. Bartlett, that these boars, when fighting, stand directly face to face. Lastly, the African river hog, Potamocharis peniculatus, has a hard cartilaginous knob on each side of the face beneath the eyes, which answers to the flexible pad of the wart-hog. It has also 2 bony prominences in the upper jaw, above the nostrils. A boar of this species in the Zoological Gardens recently broke into the cage of the wart-hog. They fought all night long, and were found in the morning much exhausted, but not seriously wounded. It is a significant fact, as showing the purposes of the above described projections and excrescences, that these were covered with blood, and were scored and abraded in an extraordinary manner. Although the males of so many members of the pig family are provided with weapons, and as we have just seen with the means of defense, these weapons seem to have been acquired within a rather late geological period. Dr. Forsyth Major specifies several Miocene species, in none of which do the tusks appear to have been largely developed in the males, and Professor Rudemeyer was formerly struck with the same fact. The mane of the lion forms a good defense against the attack of rival lions, the one danger to which he is liable, for the males, as Sir A. Smith informs me, engage in terrible battles, and the young lion dares not approach an old one. In 1857 a tiger at Bromwich broke into the cage of a lion, and a fearful scene ensued. The lion's mane saved his neck and head from being much injured, but the tiger at last succeeded in ripping up his belly, and in a few minutes he was dead. The broad ruff round the throat and chin of the Canadian lynx, Felis canadensis, is much longer in the male than in the female, but whether it serves as a defense I do not know. Male seals are well known to fight desperately together, and the males of certain kinds, Otaria ubata, have great manes, whilst the females have small ones or none. The male baboon of the Cape of Good Hope, Cynocephalus percarius, has a much longer mane and larger canine teeth than the female, and the mane probably serves as a protection, for on asking the keepers in the Zoological Gardens, without giving them any clue to my object, whether any of the monkeys especially attacked each other by the nape of the neck, I was answered that this was not the case, except with the above baboon. In the Hamadryas baboon, Ehrenberg compares the mane of the adult male to that of a young lion, whilst in the young of both sexes and in the female the mane is almost absent. It appeared to me probable that the immense woolly mane of the male American bison, which reaches almost to the ground, and is much more developed in the males than in the females, served as a protection to them in their terrible battles. But an experienced hunter told Judge Caton that he had never observed anything which favored this belief. The stallion has a thicker and fuller mane than the mare, and I have made particular inquiries of two great trainers and breeders, who have had charge of many entire horses, and am assured that they invariably endeavor to seize one another by the neck. It does not, however, follow from the foregoing statements that when the hair on the neck serves as a defense, that it was originally developed for this purpose, though this is probable in some cases, as in that of the lion. I am informed by Mr. McNeill that the long hairs on the throat of the stag, Cervus elaphus, serve as a great protection to him when hunted, for the dogs generally endeavor to seize him by the throat. But it is not probable that these hairs were specially developed for this purpose, otherwise the young and the females would have been equally protected. Choice in pairing by either sex of quadrupeds. Before describing in the next chapter the differences between the sexes in voice, odors emitted, and ornaments, it will be convenient here to consider whether the sexes exert any choice in their unions. Does the female prefer any particular male, either before or after the males may have fought together for supremacy, or does the male, when not a polygamist, select any particular female? The general impression amongst breeders seems to be that the male accepts any female, and this owing to his eagerness is in most cases probably the truth. Whether the female as a general rule indifferently accepts any male is much more doubtful. In the 14th chapter on birds, a considerable body of direct and indirect evidence was advanced, showing that the female selects her partner, and it would be a strange anomaly if female quadrupeds, which stand higher in the scale and have higher mental powers, did not generally, or at least often, exert some choice. The female could in most cases escape, if wooed by a male that did not please or excite her, and when pursued by several males, as commonly occurs, she would often have the opportunity, whilst they were fighting together, of escaping with some one male, or at least of temporarily pairing with him. This latter contingency has often been observed in Scotland with female red deer, as I am informed by Sir Philip Egerton and others. Mr. Boner, in his excellent description of the habits of the red deer in Germany, says, "While the stag is defending his rights against one intruder, another invades the sanctuary of his harem, and carries off trophy after trophy." Exactly the same thing occurs with seals. It is scarcely possible that much should be known about female quadrupeds in a state of nature making any choice in their marriage unions. The following curious details on the courtship of one of the eared seals, Calorinus ursinus, are given on the authority of Captain Bryant, who had ample opportunities for observation. He says, "Many of the females on their arrival at the island where they breed appear desirous of returning to some particular male, and frequently climb the outlying rocks to overlook the rookeries, calling out and listening as if for a familiar voice. Then changing to another place, they do the same again. As soon as a female reaches the shore, the nearest male goes down to meet her, making meanwhile a noise like the clucking of a hen to her chickens. He bows to her and coaxes her until he gets between her and the water, so that she cannot escape him. Then his manner changes, and with a harsh growl he drives her to a place in his harem. This continues until the lower row of harems is nearly full. Then the males higher up select the time when their more fortunate neighbors are off their guard to steal their wives. This they do by taking them in their mouths and lifting them over the heads of the other females, and carefully placing them in their own harem, carrying them as cats do their kittens. Those still higher up pursue the same method until the whole space is occupied. Frequently a struggle ensues between two males for the possession of the same female, and both seizing her at once pull her in two or terribly lacerate her with their teeth. When the space is all filled, the old male walks around complacently, reviewing his family, scolding those who crowd or disturb the others, and fiercely driving off all intruders. This surveillance always keeps him actively occupied." As so little is known about the courtship of animals in a state of nature, I have endeavoured to discover how far our domesticated quadrupeds evince any choice in their unions. Dogs offer the best opportunity for observation, as they are carefully attended to and well understood. Many breeders have expressed a strong opinion on this head. Thus Mr. Mayhew remarks, "The females are able to bestow their affections, and tender recollections are as potent over them as they are known to be in other cases, where higher animals are concerned. Bitches are not always prudent in their loves, but are apt to fling themselves away on curs of low degree. If reared with a companion of vulgar appearance, there often springs up between the pair a devotion which no time can afterwards subdue. The passion, for such it really is, becomes of a more than romantic endurance." Mr. Mayhew, who attended chiefly to the smaller breeds, is convinced that the females are strongly attracted by males of a large size. The well-known veterinary, Blaine, states that his own female pug dog became so attracted to a spaniel, and a female setter to a cur, that in neither case would they pair with a dog of their own breed, until several weeks had elapsed. Two similar and trustworthy accounts have been given me in regard to a female retriever and a spaniel, both of which became enamoured with terrier dogs. Mr. Cupples informs me that he can personally vouch for the accuracy of the following more remarkable case, in which a valuable and wonderfully intelligent female terrier loved a retriever belonging to a neighbour to such a degree that she had often to be dragged away from him. After their permanent separation, although repeatedly showing milk in her teats, she would never acknowledge the courtship of any other dog, and to the regret of her owner, never bore puppies. Mr. Cupples also states that in 1868 a female deerhound in his kennel thrice produced puppies, and on each occasion showed a marked preference for one of the largest and handsomest, but not the most eager, of 4 deerhounds living with her, all in the prime of life. Mr. Cupples had observed that the female generally favours a dog whom she has associated with and knows. Her shyness and timidity at first incline her against a strange dog. The male, on the contrary, seems rather inclined towards strange females. It appears to be rare when the male refuses any particular female, but Mr. Wright, of Yeldersley House, a great breeder of dogs, informs me that he has known some instances. He cites the case of one of his own deerhounds, who would not take any notice of a particular female mastiff, so that another deerhound had to be employed. It would be superfluous to give, as I could, other instances, and I will only add that Mr. Barr, who has carefully bred many bloodhounds, states that in almost every instance particular individuals of opposite sexes show a decided preference for each other. Finally, Mr. Cupples, after attending to his subject for another year, has written to me, "I have had full confirmation of my former statement, that dogs in breeding form decided preferences for each other, being often influenced by size, bright colour, and individual characters, as well as by the degree of their previous familiarity." In regard to horses, Mr. Blenkiron, the greatest breeder of race horses in the world, informs me that stallions are so frequently capricious in their choice, rejecting one mare and without any apparent cause taking to another, that various artifices have to be habitually used. The famous monarch, for instance, would never consciously look at the dam of Gladiator, and a trick had to be practised. We can partly see the reason why valuable racehorse stallions, which are in such demand as to be exhausted, should be so particular in their choice. Mr. Blenkiron has never known a mare reject a horse, but this has occurred in Mr. Wright's stable, so that the mare had to be cheated. Prosper Lucas quotes various statements from French authorities and remarks, "On voit des étalons qui s'apprennent d'une jument, et négligent toutes les autres." He gives on the authority of Bailyn similar facts in regard to bulls, and Mr. H. Reeks assures me that a famous short-horn bull belonging to his father invariably refused to be matched with a black cow. Hofberg, in describing the domesticated reindeer of Lapland, says, Foeminae majores et fortiores mares prae, caeteris admittunt, ad eos confugiunt a junioribus agitatae, qui hos in fugam conjiciunt. A clergyman who has bred many pigs asserts that sows often reject one boar and immediately accept another. From these facts there can be no doubt that with most of our domesticated quadrupeds strong individual antipathies and preferences are frequently exhibited, and much more commonly by the female than by the male. This being the case, it is improbable that the unions of quadrupeds in a state of nature should be left to mere chance. It is much more probable that the females are allured or excited by particular males, who possess certain characters in a higher degree than other males, but what these characters are we can seldom or never discover.
Section 27 of the Descent of Man, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. The Descent of Man, Part 2, by Charles Darwin. Chapter 18. Secondary Sexual Characters of Mammals Continued. Part 1. Voice, Remarkable Sexual Peculiarities in Seals, Odor, Development of the Hair, Color of the hair and skin, Anomalous case of the female being more ornamented than the male, Color and ornaments due to sexual selection, Color acquired for the sake of protection, color, though common to both sexes, often due to sexual selection, on the disappearance of spots and stripes in adult quadrupeds, on the colors and ornaments of the quadrumana. Summary. Quadrupeds use their voices for various purposes, as a signal of danger, as a call from one member of a troop to another, or from the mother to her lost offspring, or from the latter for protection to their mother. But such uses need not here be considered. We are concerned only with the difference between the voices of the sexes, for instance, between that of the lion and the lioness, or of the bull and the cow. Almost all male animals use their voices much more during the rutting season than any other time, and some, as the giraffe and porcupine, are said to be completely mute excepting at this season. As the throats, i.e. the larynx and thyroid bodies, of stags periodically become enlarged at the beginning of the breeding season, it might be thought that their powerful voices must be somehow of high importance to them, but this is very doubtful. From information given to me by two experienced observers, Mr. McNeill and Sir P. Egerton, it seems that young stags under 3 years old do not roar or bellow, and that the old ones begin bellowing at the commencement of the breeding season, at first only occasionally and moderately, whilst they restlessly wander about in search of the females. Their battles are prefaced by loud and prolonged bellowing, but during the actual conflict they are silent. Animals of all kinds, which habitually use their voices, utter various noises under any strong emotion, as when enraged and preparing to fight. But this may merely be the result of nervous excitement, which leads to the spasmodic contraction of almost all the muscles of the body, as when a man grinds his teeth and clenches his fists in rage or agony. No doubt stags challenge each other to mortal combat by bellowing, but those with the more powerful voices, unless at the same time the stronger, better armed, and more courageous, would not gain any advantage over their rivals. It is possible that the roaring of the lion may be of some service to him by striking terror into his adversary, for when enraged he likewise erects his mane, and thus instinctively tries to make himself appear as terrible as possible. But it can hardly be supposed that the bellowing of the stag, even if it be of service to him in this way, can have been important enough to have led to the periodical enlargement of the throat. Some writers suggest that the bellowing serves as a call to the female, but the experienced observers above quoted inform me that female deer do not search for the male, though the males search eagerly for the females, as indeed might be expected from what we know of the habits of other male quadrupeds. The voice of the female, on the other hand, quickly brings to her one or more stags, and is well known to the hunters, who in wild countries imitate her cry. If we could believe that the male had the power to excite or allure the female by his voice, the periodical enlargement of his vocal organs would be intelligible on the principle of sexual selection, together with inheritance limited to the same sex and season. But we have no evidence in favor of this. As the case stands, the loud voice of the stag during the breeding season does not seem to be of any special service to him, either during his courtship or battles, or in any other way. But may we not believe that the frequent use of the voice under the strong excitement of love, jealousy, and rage, continued during many generations, may have at least produced an inherited effect on the vocal organs of the stag, as well as of other male animals? This appears to me, in our present state of knowledge, the most probable view. The voice of the adult male gorilla is tremendous, and he is furnished with a laryngeal sac, as is the adult male orangutan. The gibbons rank among the noisiest of the monkeys, and the Sumatra species, Hylobates syndactylus, is also furnished with an air sac. But Mr. Blyth, who has had opportunities for observation, does not believe that the male is noisier than the female. Hence these latter monkeys probably use their voices as a mutual call, and this is certainly the case with some quadrupeds, for instance the beaver. Another gibbon, the H. agilis, is remarkable from having the power of giving a complete and correct octave of musical notes, which we may reasonably suspect serves as a sexual charm. But I shall have to recur to this subject in the next chapter. The vocal organs of the American Mycetes caraya are 1/3 larger in the male than in the female, and are wonderfully powerful. These monkeys, in warm weather, make the forests resound at morning and evening with their overwhelming voices. The males begin the dreadful concert, and often continue it during many hours, the females sometimes joining in with their less powerful voices. An excellent observer, Renger, could not perceive that they were excited to begin by any special cause. He thinks that, like many birds, they delight in their own music and try to excel each other. Whether most of the foregoing monkeys have acquired their powerful voices in order to beat their rivals and charm their females, or whether the vocal organs have been strengthened and enlarged through the inherited effects of long continued use, without any particular good being thus gained, I will not pretend to say. But the former view, at least in the case of the Hylobates agilis, seems to be the most probable. I may here mention two very curious sexual peculiarities occurring in seals, because they have been supposed by some writers to affect the voice. The nose of the male sea elephant, Macrorhynus proboscidus, becomes greatly elongated during the breeding season, and can then be erected. In this state it is sometimes a foot in length. The female is not thus provided at any period of life. The male makes a wild, hoarse, gurgling noise, which is audible at a great distance, and is believed to be strengthened by the proboscis, the voice of the female being different. Lesson compares the erection of the proboscis with the swelling of the wattles of the male gallinaceous birds while courting the females. In another allied kind of seal, the bladder nose, Cystophoria cristata, the head is covered by a great hood or bladder. This is supported by the septum of the nose, which is produced far backwards and rises into an internal crest 7 inches in height. The hood is clothed with short hair and is muscular, can be inflated until it more than equals the whole head in size. The males, when rutting, fight furiously on the ice, and their roaring is said to be sometimes so loud as to be heard 4 miles off. When attacked, they likewise roar or bellow, and whenever irritated, the bladder is inflated and quivers. Some naturalists believe that the voice is thus strengthened, but various other uses have been assigned to this extraordinary structure. Mr. R. Brown thinks that it serves as a protection against accidents of all kinds, but this is not probable, for, as I am assured by Mr. Lamont, who killed 600 of these animals, the hood is rudimentary in the females, and is not developed in the males during youth. Odor. With some animals, as with the notorious skunk of America, the overwhelming odor which they emit appears to serve exclusively as a defense. With shrew mice, Sorex, both sexes possess abdominal scent glands, and there can be little doubt, from the rejection of their bodies by birds and beasts of prey, that the odor is protective. Nevertheless, the glands become enlarged in the males during the breeding season. In many other quadrupeds the glands are of the same size in both sexes, as with the castoreum of the beaver, has well discussed the odoriferous glands of mammals. Owen also gives an account of these glands, including those of the elephant and those of shrew mice, but their uses are not known. In other species the glands are confined to the males, or are more developed than in the females, and they almost always become more active during the rutting season. At this period the glands on the side of the face of the male elephant enlarge and emit a secretion having a strong musky odor. The males, and rarely the females, of many kinds of bats have glands and protrudable sacs situated in various parts, and it is believed that these are odoriferous. The rank effluvium of the male goat is well known, and that of certain male deer is wonderfully strong and persistent. On the banks of the Plata I perceived the air tainted with the odor of the male Cervus campestris, at half a mile to leeward of a herd, and a silk handkerchief in which I carried home a skin, though often used and washed, retained, when first unfolded, traces of the odor for 1 year and 7 months. This animal does not emit its strong odor until more than a year old, and if castrated whilst young, never emits it. Besides the general odor permeating the whole body of certain ruminants, for instance Bos moschatus, in the breeding season, many deer, antelopes, sheep, and goats possess odoriferous glands in various situations, more especially on their faces. The so-called tear sacs or suborbital pits come under this head. These glands secrete a semi-fluid fetid matter which is sometimes so copious as to stain the whole face, as I have myself seen in the antelope. They are usually larger in the male than in the female, and their development is checked by castration. According to the Desmarest, they are altogether absent in the female of Antilope subguturosa. Hence there can be no doubt that they stand in close relation with the reproductive functions. They are also sometimes present and sometimes absent in nearly allied forms. In the adult male musk deer, Moschus moschiferus, a naked space round the tail is bedewed with an odoriferous fluid, whilst in the adult female and in the male until 2 years old, this space is covered with hair and is not odoriferous. The proper musk sac of this deer is from its position necessarily confined to the male and forms an additional scent organ. It is a singular fact that the matter secreted by this latter gland does not, according to Pallas, change in consistence or increase in quantity during the rutting season. Nevertheless, this naturalist admits that its presence is in some way connected with the act of reproduction. He gives, however, only a conjectural and unsatisfactory explanation of its use. In most cases, when only the male emits a strong odor during the breeding season, it probably serves to excite or allure the female. We must not judge on this head by our own taste, for it is well known that rats are enticed by certain essential oils, and cats by valerian, substances far from agreeable to us, and dogs, though they will not eat carrion, sniff and roll in it. For some reasons given when discussing the voice of the stag, we may reject the idea that the odor serves to bring the females from a distance to the males. Active and long-continued use cannot here have come into play, as in the case of the vocal organs. The odor emitted must be of considerable importance to the male, inasmuch as large and complex glands, furnished with muscles for everting the sacs and for closing or opening the orifice, have in some cases been developed. The development of these organs is intelligible through sexual selection. If the most odoriferous males are the most successful in winning the females and leaving offspring to inherit their gradually perfected glands and odors. Development of hair. We have seen that male quadrupeds often have the hair on their necks and shoulders much more developed than the females, and many additional instances could be given. This sometimes serves as a defense to the male during his battles. But whether the hair in most cases has been specially developed for this purpose is very doubtful. We may feel almost certain that this is not the case when only a thin and narrow crest runs along the back, for a crest of this kind would afford scarcely any protection, and the ridge of the back is not a place likely to be injured. Nevertheless, such crests are sometimes confined to the males, or are much more developed in them than the females. Two antelopes, the Tragelaphus scriptus and Portax picta, may be given as instances. When stags and the males of the wild goat are enraged or terrified, these crests stand erect, but it cannot be supposed that they have been developed merely for the sake of exciting fear in their enemies. One of the above-named antelopes, the Portax picta, has a large, well-defined brush of black hair on the throat, and this is much larger in the male than in the female. In the Ammotragus tragelaphus of North Africa, a member of the sheep family, the forelegs are almost concealed by an extraordinary growth of hair, which depends from the neck and upper halves of the legs. But Mr. Bartlett does not believe that this mantle is of the least use to the male, in whom it is much more developed than in the female. Male quadrupeds of many kinds differ from the females in having more hair, or hair of a different character, on certain parts of their faces. Thus the bull alone has curled hair on the forehead. In three closely allied subgenera of the goat family, only the males possess beards, sometimes of large size. In two other subgenera both sexes have a beard, but it disappears in some of the domestic breeds of the common goat, and neither sex of the Hemitragus has a beard. In the ibex the beard is not developed during the summer, and is so small at other times it may be called rudimentary. With some monkeys the beard is confined to the male, as in the orang, or is much larger in the male than in the female, as in the Mycetes caraya and Pithecia satanus. So it is with the whiskers of some species of Macacus, and, as we have seen, with the manes of some species of baboons. But with most kinds of monkeys, the various tufts of hair about the face and head are alike in both sexes. The males of various members of the ox family, Bovidae, and of certain antelopes, are furnished with a dewlap, or great fold of skin on the neck, which is much less developed in the female. Now, what must we conclude with respect to such sexual differences as these? No one will pretend that the beards of certain male goats, or the dewlaps of the bull, or the crests of hair along the backs of certain male antelopes, are of any use to them in their ordinary habits. It is possible that the immense beard of the male Pithecia and the large beard of the male orang may protect their throats when fighting, for the keepers in the zoological gardens inform me that many monkeys attack each other by the throat. But it is not probable that the beard has been developed for a distinct purpose from that served by the whiskers, mustache, and other tufts of hair on the face, and no one will suppose that these are useful as a protection. Must we attribute all these appendages of hair or skin to mere purposeless variability in the male? It cannot be denied that this is possible, for in many domesticated quadrupeds certain characters apparently not derived through reversion from any wild parent form are confined to the males, or are more developed in them than in the females. For instance, the hump on the male zebu cattle of India, the tail of fat tail rams, the arched outline of the forehead on the males of several breeds of sheep, and lastly the mane, the long hairs on the hind legs, and the dewlap of the male of Berbera goat. The mane, which occurs only in the rams of an African breed of sheep, is a true secondary sexual character, for, as I hear from Mr. Winwood Reade, it is not developed if the animal be castrated. Although we ought to be extremely cautious, as shown in my work on variation under domestication, in concluding that any character, even with animals kept by semi-civilized people, has not been subjected to selection by man, and thus augmented, yet in the cases just specified this is improbable, more especially as the characters are confined to the males or are more strongly developed in them than in the females. If it were positively known that the above African ram is a descendant of the same primitive stock as the other breeds of sheep, and if the Berbera male goat, with his mane, dewlap, etc., is descended from the same stock as other goats, then, assuming that selection has not been applied to these characters, they must be due to simple variability, together with sexually limited inheritance. Hence it appears reasonable to extend this same view to all analogous cases with animals in a state of nature. Nevertheless, I cannot persuade myself that it generally holds good, as in the case of the extraordinary development of hair on the throat and forelegs of the male Ammotragus, or in that of the immense beard of the male Pithecia. Such study as I have been able to give to nature makes me believe that parts or organs which are highly developed were acquired at some period for a special purpose. With those antelopes in which the adult male is more strongly colored than the female, and with those monkeys in which the hair on the face is elegantly arranged and colored in a diversified manner, it seems probable that the crests and tufts of hair were gained as ornaments, and this I know is the opinion of some naturalists. If this be correct, there can be little doubt that they were gained, or at least modified, through sexual selection. But how far the same view may be extended to other mammals is doubtful. Color of the hair and of the naked skin. I will first give briefly all the cases known to me of male quadrupeds differing in color from the females. With marsupials, I am informed by Mr. Gould, the sexes rarely differ in this respect, but the great red kangaroo offers a striking exception, delicate blue being the prevailing tint in those parts of the female which in the male are red. In the Didelphis opossum of Cayenne, the female is said to be a little more red than the male. Of the rodents, Mr. Gray remarks, African squirrels, especially those found in the tropical regions, have the fur much brighter and more vivid at some seasons of the year than at others, and the fur of the male is generally brighter than that of the female. Dr. Gray informs me that he specified the African squirrels because, from their unusually bright colors, they best exhibit this difference. The female of the Mus minutas of Russia is of a paler and dirtier tint than the male. In a large number of bats, the fur of the male is lighter than in the female. Mr. Dobson also remarks with respect to these animals differences depending partly or entirely on the possession by the male of fur of a much more brilliant hue, or distinguished by different markings, or by the greater length of certain portions, are met only to any appreciable extent in the frugivorous bats, in which the sense of sight is well developed. This last remark deserves attention, as bearing on the question whether bright colors are serviceable to male animals from being ornamental. In one genus of sloths, it is now established, as Dr. Gray states, that the males are ornamented differently from the females. That is to say, that they have a patch of soft short hair between the shoulders, which is generally of a more or less orange color, and in one species pure white. The females, on the contrary, are destitute of this mark. The terrestrial carnivora and insectivora rarely exhibit sexual differences of any kind, including color. The ocelot, Felis pardalis, however, is exceptional, for the colors of the female compared with those of the male are moins apparentes, le fauve étant plus terne, les plumes pures, les raies ayant moins de largeur, et les taches moins de diamètre. The sexes of the allied Felis mitis also differ, but in a less degree, the general hues of the female being rather paler than in the male, with the spots less black. The marine carnivora, or seals, on the other hand, sometimes differ considerably in color, and they present, as we have already seen, other remarkable sexual differences. Thus the male of the Ontaria nigrescens of the southern hemisphere is of a rich brown shade above, whilst the female, who acquires her adult tints earlier in life than the male, is dark gray above, the young of both sexes being of a deep chocolate color. The male of the northern Phoca groenlandica is tawny gray, with a curious saddle-shaped mark on the back. The female is much smaller, and has a very different appearance, being dull white or yellowish straw color, with a tawny hue on the back. The young at first are pure white, and can hardly be distinguished among the icy hummocks and snow, their color thus acting as a protection. With ruminants, sexual differences of color occur more commonly than in any other order. A difference of this kind is general in the strepsiceran antelopes. Thus the male nilgahu, Portax picta, is bluish-gray and much darker than the female, with the square white patch on the throat, the white marks on the fetlocks, and the black spots on the ears, all much more distinct. We have seen that in this species the crests and tufts of hair are likewise more developed in the male than in the hornless female. I am informed by Mr. Blyth that the male, without shedding his hair, periodically becomes darker during the breeding season. Young males cannot be distinguished from young females until about 12 months old, and if the male is emasculated before this period, he never, according to the same authority, changes color. The importance of this latter fact, as evidence that the coloring of the Portax is of sexual origin, becomes obvious when we hear that neither the red summer coat nor the blue winter coat of the Virginian deer is at all affected by emasculation. With most or all of the highly ornamented species of Trigalaphus, the males are darker than the hornless females, and their crests of hair are more fully developed. In the male of that magnificent antelope, the Derbyan eland, the body is redder, the whole neck much blacker, and the white band which separates these colors broader in the female. In the Cape eland, also, the male is slightly darker than the female. In the Indian black buck, A. besortica, which belongs to another tribe of antelopes, the male is very dark, almost black, whilst the hornless female is fawn-colored. We meet in this species, as Mr. Blyth informs me, with an exactly similar series of facts as in the Portax picta, namely, in the male periodically changing color during the breeding season, in the effects of emasculation on this change, and in the young of both sexes being indistinguishable from each other. In the antelope Niger, the male is black, the female as well as the young of both sexes being brown. In A. Sing Sing, the male is much brighter colored than the hornless female, and his chest and belly are blacker. In the male A. Cama, the marks and lines which occur on various parts of the body are black instead of brown as in the female. In the brindled gnu, A. gorgon, the colors of the male are nearly the same as those of the female, only deeper and of a brighter hue. Other analogous cases could be added. The Bantang bull, Bos sandacus, of the Malayan archipelago, is almost black, with white legs and buttocks. The cow is of a bright dun, as are the young males until about the age of 3 years, when they rapidly change color. The emasculated bull reverts to the color of the female. The female Camas goat is paler, and both it and the female Capara agargras are said to be more uniformly tinted than their males. Deer rarely present any sexual differences in color. Judge Caton, however, informs me that the males of the wapiti deer, Cervus canadensis, the neck, belly, and legs are much darker than in the female, but during the winter the darker tints gradually fade away and disappear. I may here mention that Judge Caton has in his park 3 races of the Virginian deer which differ slightly in color, but the differences are almost exclusively confined to the blue winter or breeding coat, so that this case may be compared with those given in a previous chapter of closely allied or representative species of birds, which differ from each other only in their breeding plumage. The females of Cervus pallidosus of South America, as well as the young of both sexes, do not possess the black stripes on the nose and blackish-brown line on the breast, which are characteristic of the adult males. Lastly, as I am informed by Mr. Blyth, the mature male of the beautifully colored and spotted axis deer is considerably darker than the female, and this hue the castrated male never acquires. The last order which we need consider is that of the primates. The male of the lemur macaco is generally coal-black, whilst the female is brown. Of the quadrumana of the New World, the females and young Mycetes caraya are grayish-yellow like each other. In the second year the young male becomes reddish-brown, in the 3rd year black, excepting the stomach, which, however, becomes quite black in the 4th or 5th year. There is also a strongly marked difference in color between the sexes of Mycetes seniculus and Cebus capucinus, the young of the former, and I believe of the latter species, resembling the females, with Pithecia leucocephalia. The young likewise resemble the females, which are brownish-black above and light rusty red beneath, the adult males being black. The ruff of hair round the face of Ateles marginatus is tinted yellow in the male and white in the female. Turning to the Old World, males of Hylobates hulock are always black, with the exception of a white band over the brows. The females vary from whity brown to a dark tint mixed with black, but are never wholly black. In the beautiful Cerapithecus diana, the head of the adult male is of an intense black, whilst that of the female is dark gray. In the former, the fur between the thighs is of an elegant fawn color. In the latter it is paler. In the beautiful and curious mustache monkey, Cercopithecus cephus, the only difference between the sexes is that the tail of the male is chestnut and that of the female gray. But Mr. Bartlett informs me that all the hues become more pronounced in the male when adult, whilst in the female they remain as they were during youth. According to the colored figures given by Solomon Muller, the male of the Seminopithecus chrysomelis is nearly black, the female being pale brown. In the Cercopithecus cynosurus and Griseo-viridis, one part of the body, which is confined to the male sex, is of the most brilliant blue or green, and contrasts strikingly with the naked skin on the hinder part of the body, which is vivid red. Lastly, in the baboon family, the adult male of Cynocephalus hamadryas differs from the female not only by his immense mane, but slightly in the color of the hair and of the naked callosities. In the drill, C. leucophaeus, the females and young are much paler colored, with less green than the adult males. No other member in the whole class of mammals is colored so extraordinary a manner as the adult male mandrill. See Mormon. The face at this age becomes of a fine blue, with the ridge and tip of the nose of the most brilliant red. According to some authors, the face is also marked with whitish stripes, and is shaded in parts with black, but the colors appear to be variable. On the forehead there is a crest of hair, and on the chin a yellow beard. Toutes les parties supérieures de la crisse et le grand espace nu de la face sont également colorés du rouge le plus vif, avec un mélange de bleu qui ne manque réellement pas d'élégance. When the animal is excited, all the naked parts become much more vividly tinted. Several authors have used the strongest expressions in describing these resplendent colors, which they compare with those of the most brilliant birds. Another remarkable peculiarity is that when the great canine teeth are fully developed, immense protuberances of bone are formed on each cheek, which are deeply furrowed longitudinally, and the naked skin over them is brilliantly colored, as just described. In the adult females and in the young of both sexes, these protuberances are scarcely perceptible, and in the naked parts are much less bright colored, the face being almost black tinged with blue. In the adult female, however, the nose at certain regular intervals of time becomes tinted with red. End Section 28 of The Descent of Man, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. The Descent of Man, Part 2, by Charles Darwin. Chapter 18, Secondary Sexual Characters of Mammals, continued, Part 2. In all the cases hitherto given, the male is more strongly or brighter colored than the female, and differs from the young of both sexes. But, as with some few birds, it is the female which is brighter colored than the male. So with the rhesus monkey, Macacus rhesus. The female has a large surface of naked skin round the tail, of a brilliant carmine red, which, as I was assured by the keepers in the zoological gardens, periodically becomes even yet more vivid, and her face is also a pale red. On the other hand, in the adult male and in the young of both sexes, as I saw in the gardens, neither the naked skin at the posterior end of the body nor the face shew a trace of red. It appears, however, from some published accounts, that the male does occasionally, or during certain seasons, exhibit some traces of the red. Although he is thus less ornamented than the female, yet in the larger size of his body, larger canine teeth, more developed whiskers, more prominent superciliary ridges, he follows the common rule of the male excelling the female. I have now given all the cases known to me of a difference in color between the sexes of mammals. Some of these may be the result of variations confined to one sex and transmitted to the same sex, without any good being gained, and therefore without the aid of selection. We have instances of this with our domesticated animals, as in the males of certain cats being rusty red, whilst the females are tortoise-shell colored. Analogous cases occur in nature. Mr. Bartlett has seen many black varieties of the jaguar, leopard, vulpine phalanger, and wombat, and he is certain that all or nearly all these animals were males. On the other hand, with wolves, foxes, and apparently American squirrels, both sexes are occasionally born black. Hence it is quite possible that with some mammals a difference in color between the sexes, especially when this is congenital, may simply be the result, without the aid of selection, of the occurrence of one or more variations which from the first were sexually limited in their transmission. Nevertheless, it is improbable that the diversified, vivid, and contrasted colors of certain quadrupeds, for instance, of the above monkeys and antelopes, can thus be accounted for. We should bear in mind that these colors do not appear in the male at birth, but only at or near maturity, and that unlike ordinary variations, they are lost if the male be emasculated. It is on the whole probable that the strongly marked colours and other ornamental characters of male quadrupeds are beneficial to them in their rivalry with other males, and have consequently been acquired through sexual selection. This view is strengthened by the differences in colour between the sexes occurring almost exclusively, as may be collected from the previous details, in those groups and subgroups of mammals which present other and strongly marked secondary sexual characters, these being likewise due to sexual selection. Quadrupeds manifestly take notice of colour. Sir S. Baker repeatedly observed that the African elephant and rhinoceros attacked white or grey horses with special fury. I have elsewhere shown that half-wild horses apparently prefer to pair with those of the same colour, and that herds of fallow deer of different colours, though living together, have long kept distinct. It is a more significant fact that a female zebra would not admit the addresses of a male ass until he was painted so as to resemble a zebra, and then, as John Hunter remarks, she received him very readily. In this curious fact we have instinct excited by mere colour, which had so strong an effect as to get the better of everything else. But the male did not require this. The female, being an animal somewhat similar to himself, was sufficient to rouse him. In an earlier chapter we have seen that the mental powers of the higher animals do not differ in kind, though greatly in degree, from the corresponding powers of man, especially of the lower and barbarous races, and it would appear that even their taste for the beautiful is not wildly different from that of the quadrumana. As the Negro of Africa raises the flesh on his face into parallel lines or cicatrices high above the natural surface, which unsightly deformities are considered great personal attractions. As Negroes and savages in many parts of the world paint their faces with red, blue, white, or black bars, so the male mandrill of Africa appears to have acquired his deeply furrowed and gaudily colored face from having been thus rendered attractive to the female. No doubt it is to us a most grotesque notion that the posterior end of the body should be colored for the sake of ornament even more brilliantly than the face, but this is not more strange than that the tails of many birds should be especially decorated. With mammals, we do not at present possess any evidence that the males take pains to display their charms before the female, and the elaborate manner in which this is performed by male birds and other animals is the strongest argument in favor of the belief that the females admire or are excited by the ornaments and colors displayed before them. There is, however, a striking parallelism between mammals and birds in all their secondary sexual characters, namely in their weapons for fighting with rival males, in their ornamental appendages and their colors. In both classes, when the male differs from the female, the young of both sexes almost always resemble each other, and in a large majority of cases resemble the adult female. In both classes the male assumes the characters proper to his sex shortly before the age of reproduction, and if emasculated at an early period loses them. In both classes the change of color is sometimes seasonal, and the tints of the naked parts sometimes become more vivid during the active courtship. In both classes the male is almost always more vividly or strongly colored than the female, and is ornamented with larger crests of hair or feathers or other such appendages. In a few exceptional cases the female in both classes is more highly ornamented than the male. With many mammals, and at least in the case of one bird, the male is more odoriferous than the female. In both classes the voice of the male is more powerful than that of the female. Considering this parallelism, there can be little doubt that the same cause, whatever it may be, has acted on mammals and birds, and the result, as far as ornamental characters are concerned, may be attributed, as it appears to me, to the long-continued preference of the individuals of one sex for certain individuals of the opposite sex, combined with their success in leaving a larger number of offspring to inherit their superior attractions. Equal transmission of ornamental characters to both sexes. With many birds, ornaments, which analogy leads us to believe were primarily acquired by the males, have been transmitted equally, or almost equally, to both sexes, and we may now inquire how far this view applies to mammals. With a considerable number of species, especially the smaller kinds, both sexes have been colored, independently of sexual selection, for the sake of protection, but not, as far as I can judge, in so many cases, nor in so striking a manner, as in most of the lower classes. Audubon remarks that he often mistook the muskrat Fiber zibethicus, whilst sitting on the banks of a muddy stream, for a clod of earth, so complete was the resemblance. The hair on her form is a familiar instance of concealment through color. Yet this principle partly fails in a closely allied species. The rabbit, for when running to its burrow, is made conspicuous to the sportsman, and no doubt at all beasts of prey, by its upturned white tail. No one doubts that the quadrupeds inhabiting snow-clad regions have been rendered white to protect them from their enemies, or to favor their stealing on their prey. In regions where snow never lies for long, a white coat would be injurious. Consequently, species of this color are extremely rare in the hotter parts of the world. It deserves notice that many quadrupeds inhabiting moderately cold regions, although they do not assume a white winter dress, become paler during this season, and apparently it is the direct result of the conditions to which they have long been exposed. Pallas states that in Siberia a change of this nature occurs with the wolf, two species of mustela, and the domestic horse, the Equus hemionus, the domestic cow, two species of antelopes, the musk deer, the roe, elk, and reindeer. The roe, for instance, has a red summer and a grayish-white winter coat, and the latter may perhaps serve as a protection to the animal whilst wandering through the leafless thickets sprinkled with snow and hoar-frost. If the above-named animals were gradually to extend their range into regions perpetually covered with snow, their pale winter coats would probably be rendered through natural selection whiter and whiter until they became as white as snow. Mr. Reeks has given me a curious instance of an animal profiting by being particularly colored. He raised from 50 to 60 white and brown piebald rabbits in a large walled orchard, and he had at the same time some similarly colored cats in his house. Such cats, as I have often noticed, are very conspicuous during day, but as they used to lie and watch during the dusk at the mouths of the burrows, the rabbits apparently did not distinguish them from their parti-colored brethren. The result was that within 18 months every one of those parti-colored rabbits was destroyed, and there was evidence that this was effected by the cats. Color seems to be advantageous to another animal, the skunk, in a manner of which we have had many instances in other classes. No animal will voluntarily attack one of these creatures on account of the dreadful odor which it emits when irritated, but during the dusk it would not easily be recognized, and might be attacked by a beast of prey. Hence it is, as Mr. Belt believes, that the skunk is provided with a great white bushy tail, which serves as a conspicuous warning. Although we must admit that many quadrupeds have received their present tints either as a protection or as an aid in procuring prey, yet with a host of species the colors are far too conspicuous and too singularly arranged to allow us to suppose that they serve for these purposes. We may take as an illustration certain antelopes. When we see the square white patch on the throat, the white marks on the fetlocks, and the round black spots on the ears, all more distinct in the male of the Portax picta than in the female, when we see that the colors are more vivid, that the narrow white lines on the flank and the broad white bar on the shoulder are more distinct in the male Aureus derbanus than the female, when we see a similar difference between the sexes of the curiously ornamented Trigalaphus scriptus, we cannot believe that differences of this kind are of any service to either sex in their daily habits of life. It seems a much more probable conclusion that the various marks were first acquired by the males and their colors intensified through sexual selection, and then partially transferred to the females. If this view be admitted, there can be little doubt that the equally singular colors and marks of many other antelopes, though common to both sexes, have been gained and transmitted in a like manner. Both sexes, for instance, of the kudu, Strepsiceros kudu, have narrow white vertical lines on their hind flanks, and an elegant angular white mark on their foreheads. Both sexes in the genus Mammals are very oddly colored. In D. pygarga the back and neck are purplish red, shading on the flanks into black, and these colors are abruptly separated from the white belly and from a large white space on the buttocks. The head is still more oddly colored. A large oblong white mask, narrowly edged with black, covers the face up to the eyes. There are 3 white stripes on the forehead, and the ears are marked with white. The fawns of this species are of a uniform pale yellowish brown. In Damalis albifrons the coloring of the head differs from that in the last species in a single white stripe replacing the 3 stripes, and the ears being almost wholly white. After having studied to the best of my ability the sexual differences of animals belonging to all classes, I cannot avoid the conclusion that the curiously arranged colors of many antelopes though common to both sexes, are the result of sexual selection primarily applied to the male. The same conclusion may perhaps be extended to the tiger, one of the most beautiful animals in the world, the sexes of which cannot be distinguished by color, even by the dealers in wild beasts. Mr. Wallace believes that the striped coat of the tiger so assimilates with the vertical stems of the bamboo as to assist greatly in concealing him from his approaching prey. But this view does not appear to me satisfactory. We have some slight evidence that this beauty may be due to sexual selection, for in two species of Felis the analogous marks and colors are rather brighter in the male than in the female. The zebra is conspicuously striped, and stripes cannot afford any protection in the open plains of South Africa. Burchell, in describing a herd, says, "Their sleek ribs glistened in the sun, and the brightness and regularity of their striped coats presented a picture of extraordinary beauty, in which probably they are not surpassed by any other quadruped." But as throughout the whole group of the Equidae the sexes are identical in color, we have here no evidence of sexual selection. Nevertheless, he who attributes the white and dark vertical stripes on the flanks of various antelopes to this process will probably extend the same view to the royal tiger and the beautiful zebra. We have seen in a former chapter that when young animals belonging to any class follow nearly the same habits of life as their parents, and yet are colored in a different manner, it may be inferred that they have retained the coloring of some ancient and extinct progenitor. In the family of pigs and in the tapirs, the young are marked with longitudinal stripes, and thus differ from all the existing adult species in these two groups. With many kinds of deer, the young are marked with the elegant white spots of which their parents exhibit not a trace. A graduated series can be followed from the axis deer, both sexes of which at all ages and during all seasons are beautifully spotted, the male being rather more strongly colored than the female, to species in which neither the old nor the young are spotted. I will specify some of the steps in this series. The Manchurian deer, Cervus mantichurius, is spotted during the whole year, but, as I have seen in the zoological gardens, the spots are much paler during the summer, when the general color of the coat is lighter than during the winter, when the general color is darker, and the horns are fully developed. In the hog deer, Hylaphus porcinus, the spots are extremely conspicuous during the summer, when the coat is reddish-brown, but quite disappear during the winter, when the coat is brown. Of the hog deer of Ceylon, says it's more brightly spotted with white than the common hog deer at the season when it renews its horns. In both these species the young are spotted. In the Virginian deer the young are likewise spotted, and about 5% of the adult animals living in Judge Carton's park, as I am informed by him, temporarily exhibit the period when the red summer coat is being replaced by the bluish winter coat, a row of spots on each flank, which are always the same in number, though very variable in distinctness. From this condition there is but a very small step to the complete absence of spots in the adults at all seasons, and lastly to their absence at all ages and seasons, as occurs with certain species. From the existence of this perfect series, and more especially from the fawns of so many species being spotted, we may conclude that the now living members of the deer family are the descendants of some ancient species which, like the axis deer, was spotted at all ages and seasons. A still more ancient progenitor probably somewhere resembled the Hyomoschus aquaticus, for this animal is spotted, and the hornless males have long exerted canine teeth, of which some few true deer still retain rudiments. Hyomoschus also offers one of those interesting cases of a form linking together two groups, for it is intermediate in certain osteological characters between the pachyderms and ruminants, which were formerly thought to be quite distinct. A curious difficulty here arises. If we admit that colored spots and stripes were first acquired as ornaments, how comes it that so many existing deer, the descendants of an aboriginally spotted animal, and all the species of pigs and tapirs, the descendants of an aboriginally striped animal, have lost in their adult state their former ornaments? I cannot satisfactorily answer this question. We may feel almost sure that the spots and stripes disappeared at or near maturity in the progenitors of our existing species, so that they were still retained by the young, and, owing to the law of inheritance, at corresponding ages, were transmitted to the young of all succeeding generations. It may have been a great advantage to the lion and puma, from the open nature of their usual haunts, to have lost their stripes, and to have been thus rendered less conspicuous to their prey. And if the successive variations by which this end was gained occurred rather late in life, the young would have retained their stripes, as is now the case. As to deer, pigs, and tapirs, Fritz Müller has suggested to me that these animals, by the removal of their spots or stripes through natural selection, would have been less easily seen by their enemies, and that they would have especially required this protection as soon as the carnivora increased in size and number during the tertiary periods. This may be the true explanation, but it is rather strange that the young should not have been thus protected, and still more so that the adults of some species should have retained spots, either partially or completely, during part of the year. We know that when the domestic ass varies and becomes reddish-brown, gray, or black, the stripes on the shoulders and even on the spine frequently disappear, though we cannot explain the cause. Very few horses, except dun-colored kinds, have stripes on any part of their bodies, yet we have good reason to believe that the aboriginal horse was striped on the legs and spine, and probably on the shoulders. Hence the disappearance of the spots and stripes in our adult existing deer, pigs, and tapirs may be due to a change in the general color of their coats. But whether this change was effected through sexual or natural selection, or was due to the direct action of the conditions of life, or to some other unknown cause, it is impossible to decide, and observation made by Mr. Skaltier well illustrates our ignorance of the laws which regulate the appearance and disappearance of stripes. The species of Asinus which inhabit the Asiatic continent are destitute of stripes, not having even the cross-shoulder stripe, whilst those which inhabit Africa are conspicuously striped, with the partial exception of A. teniapus, which has only the cross-shoulder stripe and generally some faint bars on the legs, and this species inhabits the almost intermediate region of Upper Egypt and Abyssinia. Quadrumana. Before we conclude, it will be well to add a few remarks on the ornaments of monkeys. In most of the species, the sexes resemble each other in color, but in some, as we have seen, the males differ from the females, especially in the color of the naked parts of the skin, in the development of the beard, whiskers, and mane. Many species are colored either in so extraordinary or so beautiful a manner, and are furnished with such curious and elegant crests of hair, that we can hardly avoid looking at these characters as having been gained for the sake of ornament. The accompanying figures serve to show the arrangement of the hair on the face and head in several species. It is scarcely conceivable that these crests of hair and the strongly contrasted colors of the fur and skin can be the result of mere variability without the aid of selection, and it is inconceivable that they can be of use in any ordinary way to these animals. If so, they have probably been gained through sexual selection, though transmitted equally or almost equally to both sexes. With many of the quadrumana, we have additional evidence that the action of sexual selection in the greater size and strength of the males, and in the greater development of their canine teeth in comparison to the females. A few instances will suffice of the strange manner in which both sexes of some species are colored, and of the beauty of others. The face of the Cercopithecus pectorista is black, the whiskers and beard being white, with a defined, round, white spot on the nose, covered with short white hair, which gives to the animal an almost ludicrous aspect. The Semnopithecus frontatus likewise has a blackish face with a long black beard and a large naked spot on the forehead of a bluish-white color. The face of the Macacus lasiotus is a dirty, flesh-colored, with a defined red spot on each cheek. The appearance of Cercocebus aethiops is grotesque, with its black face, white whiskers and collar, chestnut head, and a large naked white spot over each eyelid. In very many species, the beard, whiskers, and crests of hair round the face are different color from the rest of the head, and when different, are always of a lighter tint, often being pure white, sometimes bright yellow or reddish. The whole face of the Southern American Brachyurus calvus is of a glowing scarlet hue, but this color does not appear until the animal is nearly mature. The naked skin of the face differs wonderfully in color in the various species. It is often brown or flesh-colored, with parts perfectly white, and often as black as that of the most sooty negro. In the Brachyurus, the scarlet tint is brighter than that of the most blushing Caucasian damsel. It is sometimes more distinctly orange than in any Mongolian, and in several species it is blue, passing into violet or gray. In all the species known to Mr. Bartlett, in which the animals of both sexes have strongly colored faces, the colors are dull or absent during early youth. This likewise holds good with the mandrill and rhesus, in which the face and the posterior parts of the body are brilliantly colored in one sex alone. In these latter cases we have reason to believe that the colors were acquired through sexual selection, and we are naturally led to extend the same view to the foregoing species, though both sexes, when adult, have their faces colored in the same manner. Although many kinds of monkeys are far from beautiful according to our taste, Other species are universally admired for their elegant appearance and bright colors. The Semnopithecus nemaeus, though peculiarly colored, is described as extremely pretty. The orange-tinted face is surrounded by long whiskers of glossy whiteness with a line of chestnut red over the eyebrows. The fur on the back is of delicate gray with a square patch on the loins, the tail and the forearms being of a pure white. A gorget of chestnut surmounts the chest. The thighs are black, with the legs chestnut red. I will mention only 2 other monkeys for their beauty, and I have selected these as presenting slight sexual differences in color, which renders it in some degree probable that both sexes owe their elegant appearance to sexual selection. In the mustache monkey, Cercopithecus cephus, the general color of the fur is mottled greenish, with the throat white. In the male, the end of the tail is chestnut, but the face is the most ornamented part, the skin being chiefly bluish-gray, shading into a blackish tint beneath the eyes, with the upper lip of a delicate blue, clothed on the lower edge with a thin black mustache. The whiskers are orange-colored, with the upper part black, forming a band which extends backwards to the ears, the latter being clothed with whitish hairs. In the Zoological Society's gardens, I have often overheard visitors admiring the beauty of another monkey, deservedly called Cercopithecus diana. The general color of the fur is gray, the chest and inner surfaces of the forelegs are white. A large triangular defined space on the hinder part of the back is rich chestnut. In the male, the inner sides of the thighs and abdomen are delicate fawn-colored, and the top of the head is black. The face and ears are intensely black, contrasting finely with a white transverse crest over the eyebrows and a long white peaked beard, of which the basal portion is black. I have seen most of the above monkeys in the Zoological Society's gardens. In these and many other monkeys, the beauty and singular arrangement of their colors, and still more the diversified and elegant arrangements of the crests and tufts of hair on their heads, force the conviction of my mind that these characters have been acquired through sexual selection exclusively as ornaments. Summary. The law of battle for the possession of the female appears to prevail throughout the whole class of mammals. Most naturalists will admit that the greater size, strength, courage, and pugnacity of the male, his special weapons of offense, as well as his special means of defense, have been acquired or modified through that form of selection which I have called sexual. This does not depend on any superiority in the general struggle for life, but on certain individuals of one sex, generally the male, being successful in conquering other males, and leaving a large number of offspring to inherit their superiority than do the less successful males. There is another and more peaceful kind of contest, in which the males endeavor to excite or allure the females by various charms. This is probably carried on in some cases by the powerful odors emitted by the males during the breeding season, the odoriferous glands having been acquired through sexual selection. Whether the same view can be extended to the voice is doubtful, for the vocal organs of the males must have been strengthened by use during maturity under the powerful excitements of love, jealousy, or rage, and will consequently have been transmitted to same sex. various crests, tufts, and mantles of hair, which are either confined to the male or are more developed in this sex than in the female, seem in most cases to be merely ornamental, though they sometimes serve as a defense against rival males. There's even reason to suspect that the branching horns of stags and the elegant horns of certain antelopes, though probably serving as weapons of offense or defense, have been partly modified for ornament. When the male differs in color from the female, he generally exhibits darker and more strongly contrasted tints. We do not in this class meet with the splendid red, blue, yellow, and green tints so common with male birds and many other animals. The naked parts, however, of certain quadrumana must be excepted, for such parts, often oddly situated, are brilliantly colored in some species. The colors of the male in other cases may be due to simple variation without the aid of selection, but when the colors are diversified and strongly pronounced, when they are not developed until near maturity, and when they are lost after emasculation, we can hardly avoid the conclusion that they have been acquired through sexual selection for the sake of ornament, and have been transmitted exclusively or almost exclusively to the same sex. When both sexes are colored in the same manner and the colors are conspicuous or curiously arranged, without being of the least apparent use as protection, and especially when they are associated with various other ornamental appendages, we are led by analogy to the same conclusion, namely, that they have been acquired through sexual selection, although transmitted to both sexes. That conspicuous and diversified colors, whether confined to the males or common to both sexes, are as a general rule associated in the same groups and subgroups with other secondary sexual characters serving for war or for ornament, will be found to hold good if we look back to the various cases given in this and the last chapter. The law of equal transmission of characters to both sexes, as far as color and other ornaments are concerned, has prevailed far more extensively with mammals than with birds. But weapons, such as horns and tusks, have often been transmitted either exclusively or much more perfectly to the males than to the females. This is surprising, for as the males generally use their weapons for defense against enemies of all kinds, their weapons would have been of service to the females. As far as we can see, their absence in this sex can be accounted for only by the form of inheritance which has prevailed. Finally, with quadrupeds, the contest between the individuals of the same sex, whether peaceful or bloody, has, with the rarest exceptions, been confined to the males, so that the latter have been modified through sexual selection, far more commonly than the females, either for fighting with each other or for alluring the opposite sex. End of section 28.